Oops, a little bit late. Sorry about that, guys. Well, welcome to the trading room, live trading room for Monday, August the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Yeah, there's ADMA. I mean, it's there, so I don't know what you mean that you're not seeing it. Guys, lots happening. Lots and lots happening. So let's take a look at some of the things right now. So CGIX, actually I thought this was going to be a virus play, but it is not. At least it doesn't appear to be there. It's a merger. It just absolutely exploded. I I took a hard look at this right here, but I didn't take it. And unfortunately, because then it went from 520 all the way up to 1040, but a $5 gain. CGIX, low float, 2 million in the float. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So anyway, that is the star so far this morning. I kind of had high hopes for this one. I thought this one might explode. Of course, the big news right now, of course, is the virus, plasma treatment, etc. So a lot of these stocks are starting to pump press releases out like that. And I saw Canada this morning. It was holding really well. Just waiting for it to explode. Kind of did. I was waiting for that big 13 explosion because there's really no resistance. Going back to 2007, there's no resistance for this KMDA. Just didn't do it. So we'll have to see. Maybe later on. Maybe it'll take out 13 later on. GRWG continues its kind of slow descent now. Not so slow today. I mean, down 14%. GRWG. QFIN. Going to have a lot of China stocks, I think, this morning are going to be active. QFIN. It's actually kind of giving a little bit up. Actually, a lot up. You know, when I first saw it, it was up at 1540. But you got to love this gap here on the daily chart, guys. So, I mean, that's why I was kind of interested in it, just to see what would happen once the market opens. Now, ODT is kind of a strange one. When you look at the headline of the press release, it says positive phase 3 data. But look at this. This is down 28%, $9.5. So, obviously diving into it, because I'm seeing shares are trading higher, announces positive, etc. But I guess it was halted at one point, and then it resumed, and boy, it just crashed. SONN is another virus play. SONN. Another, oops, too many N's. SONN is another virus play. Another low float, 7 million in the float. Lots and lots of room. Got to watch this one, guys, for sure. I mean, look at the room it's got. Hit a high of 5-something, 520 in the pre-market. Ballard, I think they had an upgrade. BLDP. Big gap up for Ballard, guys. I mean, look at this on the daily chart, taking out all this area right now. So I believe I just see an upgrade. Bernstein initiates an upgrade for Ballard. I don't see any other specific news. EV stock, of course. LI, another China stock, gapping up. It had gapped up. It's still kind of holding the gap. Here's another one, LMNL. Nice gap up, another virus play. I'm hearing XSPA, okay, XSPA, gapping up right now. Well, that's a big gap, guys, over 3. Looking left, it has room maybe to the 340, 350 mark. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Rocket, man, oh man, what a, I still am stunned by this one. What a recovery. There was the IPO on the 6th of August. Had a nice second day, and then it basically just faded almost right back to the Well, that's not the IPO price, but kind of the opening day. And look at the acceleration for Rocket now, RKT. Sorrento continues down, SRNE. Solo, boy, a lot of stocks to get to. Solo announcing production now, August the 26th of their car. NNBR, they sold a unit, $825 million sale of Life Sciences. I have to admit, I don't know what these guys do then. You look at them, ball and roller bearing company. Oh, I see. Okay, so they do have something to do in the biotech. All right, anyway, $825 million sale. XTNT. Is it still holding? Yeah, not bad. Spinal fusion, something to do with spinal fusion. Press release. Kirk is a continuation. Is this going to keep going? Kirk, K-I-R-K. No, of course, you got to remember, guys, when I first saw this, it was up here. So now it is actually, it's a pretty big pullback for Kirk. XBit was an Iris, is an Iris. Virus play. Gapped up to 25.74. It has pulled back quite a bit, but it is a virus play. XBit. Yeah, BRQS just snuck into my list here at the end here. BRQS, is it still over $1? Yeah, it's still over $1. And last but not least, is this one still hanging in? GMHI. Yeah, it's still hanging in here. Gores, Metropolis. Up $1. Big volume. Big volume on it. I'm not sure I see any Luminar. Okay. So Luminar, so it's a merger. Luminar to merge with this company. See if Luminar is a public company. Can't get to the news. So it's a merger, and they'll be listed on NASDAQ. It looks like this must be a private company, Luminar, so they're going to have a new symbol called Laser, L-A-Z-R. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's a merger for GMHI. And the trade of the week. Let's take a look at what the trade of the week is. LXL, okay, XLNX is the trade of the week. XLNX is the trade of the week. Let's see, what's an expensive one? And if you had the email, live above Friday's high of 102. So it's already live in theory. All right, let me just take a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Actually, not too many of each. Okay, there are the upgrades. All right, just a couple more to go, and that'll be it for the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Okay, now, again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down this morning, you know what? I'm just looking at my watch list. Probably got too many stocks on it, but we'll see how many trigger actually. But there's a new symbolist name this week, so you will have to. It's Caesar. So you'll have to, if you saved this from last week, you'll have to reload from the channel bar. And my watch list right there, Barry's watch list, okay? There's a new symbolist name this week. All right, let me take a look at what else, just anything sneaking in here. Broadway, BWAY. Broadway, Brainsway. So this was sneaking in also. Actually, I don't know why I didn't see this one, but maybe it's because of the pullback. Maybe that's where I saw it, so it wasn't up as much, but it's still up 38%. Lots of volume for BWAY. Through the 200-day moving average also, right through the 200-day. Boy, what a gap up now for BWAY. Well, it's right at the top here, so I don't know what to say, Satya. It's right at the top in my list. So, and it was in my gappers up right there. So I'm not sure what you're looking at. Hard for me to know, you know. I mean, you might have a different set of filters in place. Yeah, I can't help you. I just don't know what to say, Satya. I mean, maybe there's some filters in there that prevented it from coming in. All I can say is that mine has it. CGIX. You'd have to look at, right click and do a configure and just see what filters there are. Maybe has to be a filter in there that's blocking it. Well, I guess the good news right now, but you really have to watch this for ADMA. Look at the 200-day moving average, 334, sorry. It's just a little bit above it. I mean, as long as it holds it, but it's pulled back quite a bit, 442. It's pulled back $1 on a $3 to $4 stock, so that's a pretty big percentage pullback already. This is the key right there. Can it hold that 200-day moving average? Yeah, Chris, that kind of surprised me myself. The big gap down on what appears when you look at the headlines, good results. But evidently there's something else going on. Maybe it's a drug that just has no big market value. There's just obviously something else happening. Well, it could work. There's no guarantee it'll work, of course. I can't say yes, it'll work. Yeah, okay, so I do have these two regression scans that I actually forgot to put them in. Well, I don't know if I forgot, but here they are, and you can just flip it, or here it is, and you can just flip it to get the short version if you want. All right, so we don't do that here. Okay, expert. Well, yeah, I mean, you know how to, yeah, you have to copy the link and then load it from the cloud. Are you a brand new subscriber? You have to copy the link and then, or click on the link and then load it from the cloud, file load from cloud. If you don't know how to do things like that, then I really suggest that you watch or you read these 20 short lessons. Okay, if you don't know how to do that, because it's pretty standard stuff. Oh, really? Okay. Well, don't you know how to load things from the cloud? No? So when you say none of these, I mean, that's okay. You don't be embarrassed. But there it is. You click on it. It's going to appear in a tab. Copy it, Control C and copy it, and then load it from the cloud. Load, and then it should. I didn't copy. Oops, I didn't copy it. That's why it's not appearing here. But it would appear here if you copy the link. It'll appear right there, and then just load it. If I copy it, load from cloud, and now it'll appear right there, and then you just load it. Well, yeah, it's got to be something else, Chris. I mean, there's, when I first saw it, it actually was halted, I think, at one point. Boy, look at BRQS. This is not pausing at all. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. And meanwhile, RKT just continues its huge recovery. That's all I can say. Huge recovery. I mean, this was up 2481 all the way down to 1814. Looked like a pretty good IPO the first couple of days. Just faded badly. And now look at this. Just not shortable. Not, at least it wasn't. It's not shortable now. It's possible. Was it shortable for you at the time? And good morning, Real. Oh, I see. I see. Would have been good. Yes. No, no. If you check them, they're 15-minute. And listen, guys, these are completely up to you to use them. Okay. I mean, this is brand new for me. These two scans. So, but no, they're. If you look, the trigger is a 15-minute. Just right-click summary, right click configure, and then look at the summary, and it's a 15-minute alert. Hey, Paradox. Nice to see you posting. Hey, one moment, please. I am on mute. Sorry about that. Yes, I don't know why. No, I fed the cat. Okay. Yeah, Iris, if you want to come, this is the other trading room. Okay. This is sort of I call it the main, well, it is the main trading room, a lot more traders involved. Underneath where you are in your YouTube, when you logged in, there, I think now I'm sharing all the scans. I think they're all underneath, they're somewhere. I can't see where they are. Of course, all I see is this, but I think they're all there. Otherwise, you can come into this room. Well, there's nothing populated. Nothing happens until the market opens, Chris. Well, and plus, my watch list is only these three windows. It's not meant to have all the other windows. Okay? It's just getting people to focus on these three windows once the market opens. It's not a full layout or anything like that. But again, you were in the other you got into the trading room. So if you want these actives up and down, they're available. 1 minute. Thank you, Paradox. All right, guys, we're within 1 minute of opening this trading week. Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. So I'm going to close these two down. And I see Gene right at the very end was moving. What is Gene? Wow, look at Gene here, guys. All right, we are now open. This is a carryover from Friday, QFin. So again, nothing will happen in these two windows right there, these two, until at least 9:45. Just one moment, please. Yeah, KMDA, guys. KMDA is still. I just want to wait for a big 13 break. I mean, it's got a lot of room. All right, guys. Camda over 13 now. Boy, lots of action. Look at NIO. Wow, look at NIO. NIO. Oh. And I'm an idiot. Just a second. Forgot to. Here we go. Remember, guys, there's a new watch list this week in here. So if you save them from last, you save these from last week, they won't work. There's a new watch list. You have to go to my channel, new channel bar, and my watch list. All right, let's see if Camda, another kick at the cat here, just over 13. Let's see if it gets moving again. Did I say that? That's a horrible thing. CGIX, this is just still 1039 was the high. Watching Camda here. Okay, guys, now it's back over 13. Will it romp this time? I mean, it's got tons of room. All right, so ADMA, remember I was talking, just somebody asked me just before the market opened. Well, there's the 200-day, so it's sitting right on top of the 200-day moving average. It's right there. Meanwhile, GRWG continues to slide down here. Well, what's our next low looking left? I mean, it is 1365. What do I think on Sun? Well, like a lot of these high flyers, early high flyers, are just giving it up a little bit. I mean, it's not a complete collapse, but they're not holding their gains. ADMA is another one. ADMA now through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, KMDA just. I'm glad I waited. I got this. Have this right there. 1316 is my price alert. Well, there is a lot happening. Man, that Camda, holy smokes, that was what a candle here. It's almost like they've announced the financing. Boy, now this is on the way down. This is now gone negative. No, I'm sorry, it's not gone negative. It's just making new lows. Sorry. Now Pixie was, of course, incredibly active on Friday. It got all the way up to 620 before it pulled back. Pixie is alive again. It's going to take a bit. It'll probably never appear here. It might. I don't even know if it's on my watch list. Yeah, there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but of course my bias was long. I thought, man, once it got over 13 that first time, I thought, this is it. I put my price alert, and it just didn't quite get there, and then it just collapsed. It's a virus play, so obviously people are excited about the virus plays again this morning. ATIF. Okay, so be careful on this one. There's the 200-day moving average, 195. I don't even know. No, CGIX, there's the pre-market high was 1023. Now, typically I don't trade the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see things settle down just a little bit anyway. Look at CCDA, guys. Can this come back? I mean, look what happened with this one. It's been beaten up over the last, say, month and a half. August 5th had earnings, so that's back here. But look at the gap down on Friday. Big gap down on Friday, but it did recover. It closed above the open. All right. Well, this one could be right, William. Oh, it's not shortable for me. Oh well. ATIF. Now, I just mentioned TCDA. It's just starting to move now. Yeah, here's another one. Look at DVAX. Look at DVAX, another big sell-off. I think a virus play coming into the 200-day moving average. 568, 574, sorry. So it's just a little bit above it. Well, meanwhile, ADMA did not, understatement, did not hold the 200-day moving average. Now we've got a halt here. BRQS, I'm sorry, BRQS was halted and now it's just resumed. RVNC ripping here. RVNC. Meanwhile, BRQS continue. What do they do? Computer Systems Design Services received a purchase order for how much? Is he going to say? $15 million point of sale device in India. Okay, so that's BRQS. So they do have some news right here. It's a low, relatively low float. I mean, 24 million is still low. It's not crazy low. Easy come, easy go. Look at the T. Again, I just really, now, okay, we're 15 minutes in, but look at TCDA. Look pretty good, 1137. Gives it right back up underneath 11. Okay, we have Angie. Angie on the move here. Boy, Angie, if this takes out 1460, that's the next high looking left. Then it's got some room maybe to 15. Another one gapping down. Well, it's still up. Shouldn't say that. It's just making new lows. CERS, another flyer in the morning. Seeing a lot of these guys, a lot of these flyers in the morning. Just once the market opens, starting to give it up. 737 was a low last week. Sorry, on Friday. Actually, what am I saying? This is the low today. This is Friday's low way down here. Arlo, let's see, Arlo, a couple of topping tails there in the 5-minute chart. It is starting to give it up. Well, the Sativ doesn't want to stop. Another low float, 13.9 million in the float, just straight up through the 200-day moving average now. Investment advice. Buy Ativ. Kidding, kidding, kidding. This is their sector they're in, okay? The IP does look interesting in terms of a fade. Let's see how well it. Let's see if what the volume does here. IP. All right, guys. So nothing's triggering in here yet. Am I up? But you know why? Man. Sorry about that, guys. My fault. Forgot to. I was doing so much on the weekend, and I just forgot to. Okay, now we'll start getting some. Mm, yeah, I don't have any ideas. Well, but you're in the room, so I don't understand what you mean. Oh, I see. I see. You're now you're trying on your. I don't know why be having login errors. I really don't. Um, Sometimes if you maybe try using Chrome instead of Safari, that's the only thing I can think of. But I really don't know why you'd be having login errors. No, you just have to make sure that you either make sure from the channel bar, click on my windows, my watch list, and then you'll have them. If you have saved these from last week, then you have to make sure you go to the symbol lists and change it to Caesar. Okay, then you should be fine. Well, you can make changes if you want, but there's nothing you have to do. Now TCDA, look how choppy this was. Man, oh man. So it's right back up, TCDA, right back up. Meanwhile, another flyer from a few days ago, PEIX, dropping also. Boy, what a disaster this one was. KMDA. Oh, looks so good. It was holding pretty well pre-market. Looks so good. Virus play. Unless you're short. Yeah, I know. I know, real. You're short. Disaster if you were waiting for this break right there. Okay, the SPY is making a little bit of a downturn here, just a little bit of one. I mean, everything is up, but the SPY is making a bit of a downturn right now. I don't know, can it? I don't know, Julie. It is above the trigger. I mean, I don't know if it can keep going. All right, Kirk is starting to finally, after a tremendous run, though it did sell off Friday. You can see it got up to 13.59 and it closed at 12.13. This is a bit of a continuation of the late sell-off. You can see it right there on Friday. Meanwhile, TCDA, wow, what a move! I love this one, and then it broke under 11 again. I just kind of took my eye off it, but look at TCDA now. You're in the tech support area, you know that, William? Just in case you don't know, you're in the tech support, posting your stocks. Well, IP, not yet. Definitely not yet in terms of a fade. Ah, ticks me off the CCDA now. I hope, well, maybe some of you got it. Nice little move by Delta, DAL. Another one. Boy, a lot of these ones that were just flying in the pre-market. LMNL now really giving it up. No, nothing stopping TCDA for the time being, anyway. All right, Vel. Now, Vel was a great one on Friday. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 691 or so. So this one still has some room. Vel still has some room. Yeah, Vel. I mean, the problem with Vel right now, a bit of a spread issue. Yeah, these ones. I have to forget about these guys. I mean, I know you're seeing these Kelly B and Kelly A are going to be halting and resuming all day long. Boy, I'm seeing a lot of fades this morning. LMNL, Kirk. KMDA. All right, somebody's saying in the YouTube feed that there's no audio. Let me make sure. I see if I've. There is audio. I'm looking at my voice control, and I do see myself being active. So it must be on your end. I'm going to assume it's on your end. This is in the YouTube feed. Yeah, HR, I don't know what you're. Yeah, I mean, you can post all those as much as you want. I mean, I can't help you, okay? The pre-market actives. Because I'm not sure what you're looking at exactly. No, I know, but well, it looks like you're posting a whole bunch of symbols. I mean, it doesn't help. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why you're not seeing what you want to see in that. You can always use mine. The ones that you were talked about that you didn't see, they were in mine. So you can always use mine if you want. There must be some filters in place. It's all I can say that are preventing. And I don't know what filters they're using in the gap ups and gap downs in the channel. I don't use that. It's interesting. Somebody said that last week, Mike. I don't know what to say. I have not. Okay, here's what I can do. I think. I'm going to talk a little bit. No, like I was told, that is the level I should be at. Boy, I wish this one were shortable, guys. CGIX. This is not shortable for me anyway. Well, maybe a bit of a top here for IP. Maybe. We've got a couple little topping tails here. So maybe the top is in a bit. All right, guys, and now I'm really interested in the IP. The longer it holds under 36, and basically take that. If I'm going to take the short, just stop as high of the day. Okay, so you do what you want to do, but It's because we're all talking about CGIX. Look at this move for CGIX. So it did pop over 10. Another flyer. Look at this. I mean, look at these ones that are just really popping in the pre-market, and now when the market opens, they just gave it up. Another one, Fluidigm, FLDM. I'm continuing to watch. I'll probably take this short on around 36.80, 8 or so of the IP, and put a whole number stop on it and see what happens. Doesn't get there, I just move on. So interesting, I have not got anything from the regressions yet today, short and long. All right, well, IP did not. So far, IP is not dropping below that 37 so far. So it looks pretty strong. Well, I'll take it again. If it not again, if it for the first time for IP, if it gets under 37. Sugar. I missed. Forgot to keep what? Well, I forgot. So much happening. Kirk 1161 on the short. Boy, I got all the way down. Wow, that took a dollar move from that short. Now it did pop up, but look at this short. There's a dollar move at the bottom. Don't think these ones have moved. 2077, little bit, and the Vel. Well, I'm going to stick an alert now that it's pulled back a little bit. I'm going to stick an alert for 624. See if it takes it out again later on. Another, boy, I mean, this is the theme today, guys. A lot of these pre-market monsters just giving it up once the market opens. Look at B-Way. That came in, that got into the 200-day moving average, another one, and then just got stopped. Wow. Kirk, another leg down. Well, I'm not going to chase it, so I'm talking about the Kirk. Nordstrom's, JWN. Let's see what's happening with Nordstrom's. Let's see. So the high last on Thursday was 1537. So it's not that far away. That's my issue. It's a nice little rebound. What are the retailers doing in general? XRT, yeah, modest. All right, guys. IP looks like it's trying to give up 37 again. IP. Live at 102. So yeah, modest. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's ripping yet. Just wonder if IP is going to be dynamic enough now. General Motors. Somebody's mentioned something about building a electric their electric truck. A plant starting up or going to be starting up in Michigan. Meanwhile, Harp. This was a big flyer on Friday. Sorry. This is starting to. What was the high on Friday was 16 something. Now 1421. Sinking here. Harp. Nat got some bad news though, didn't they? I mean, isn't there a project? Basically, got another bad news from the government saying no go on their project. NAK is in somewhere. Isn't that in Alaska? All right, HPE. Now, what are you doing? Well, I got probably too much resistance around 970, 980. So, it's a nice move today for it. Might want to keep an eye on this one. It's a potential short. I don't know what's the volume like. Not bad. It's a huge float as it's coming into this resistance. Excuse me, a couple of resistance areas. Right there around 971, 975 for CPE. I see IP is just, again, just kind of hanging around that 37 mark. All right, let me put my alert back on IP. See, what do I have? 3690 or so is where I have an alert. All right, so the market's put in about 3 bottoming tails on the SPY, and now there's a green candle. So the buyers are definitely, well, they're somewhat in control right now. The sellers did try to knock it down a little bit, but look at those bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart with the SPY. So Canada's actually a little bit of a bounce now. Wow. Look at Guess. Look at Guess on the move here. GES. So retailer, so in keeping with that, let's see what Nordstrom's is doing. JWN. Yeah, it continues a little bit. There's the high last week, or 2 days ago though, Thursday, I guess, 1539. All right, ATEN. This has a little bit of room here. Look at the 855, 853. So looking left, 876. Just not that much room really. ATEN. Another one, guys. Flying in the morning. It was pretty choppy, but it looked like, just before the market opened, looks like it's having a nice little run. NNBR, market opens, and Splat. They did have some news. I guess it's not good enough. 825 million sale of life sciences as a division of theirs. I guess they're going to be, just the one that I said is going to be, is it a merger? I'm going to have a new symbol called laser, LAZR. All right, real. I did take the IP just underneath. They're 97, 36.97. Short. Let's see if this has any legs in it downwards. Yeah, what is that Eastern time? Um, am I surprised it's still in it? No. Why would I be surprised? It's still up a little bit. So why would I be surprised that it would still be in it? I don't know what the hold period is on that particular strategy. It's not even nowhere close to the stop price, so I'm not sure why you're saying that. All right, Tim, I'm going to give you a link, Tim, okay, if you just signed up. I really think you should probably watch this, the 20 short lessons. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I know it's ripping. I know you guys have been talking about it. There's a bit of a big pullback here. How many? Actually, it wasn't too bad. 34 down to 32. $2 pullback. Did I get in on was that travel centers? Nope. Wow, nice break though. Beautiful break here. Didn't really see it, and see, didn't really trade that much in the pre-market, so really didn't see it. But great break out of consolidation, kind of consolidation on the daily chart. Tremendous. This is one that we saw this one these days right here, and this is not. This is after the pandemic, so I mean, this was just sinking, but this has really rebounded well. Yeah. Yeah, that's a. So, guys, I am watching. I mean, I know you asked me about it, but I am definitely watching the 1007 AI alert. It's not doing anything yet. It's a pullback play. Definitely watching it though. Okay. Enthusiasm. Trade of the week. Sorry, it's Xilinx. I think it's an expensive one. XLNX is the trade of the week. It's live at 10. I believe it was 102. Morning, JB. All right, BRQS not over yet. Well, I mean, the trade, we scan for stocks, okay, but I mean, it'd be up to you when you say, is it suitable for an option play? I don't play options. I mean, I guess it's, you'd have to look at all the Greeks. I really don't know. I can't tell you if it's suitable for an option play. It is Caesar, JB, Caesar. Wow, Codex. Look at Codex now. I mean, another high flying one. I mean, not that long ago, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, up to $30, $31, down to 13 now. But just sank all last week. Codex, CODX. Well, I took some off the IP. That was my worry, is that it wouldn't be dynamic enough. So nothing great shakes yet. Meanwhile, BRQS just, what was the news? Oh yeah, that's right. $50 million purchase order. I mean, guys, it really doesn't have any resistance. You know, certainly no. I mean, looking left on that weekly chart, I mean, 590. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but definitely keep an eye on this one. If it recovers over 2 again, I'm going to stick an alert around 207. Keep an eye on it, guys. The longer it holds over 2, traders are going to get interested. Just keep an eye on it. The longer it holds 2, I'm talking about BRQS. I'm just kind of focusing on it right now, BRQS. Boy, it's just flirting around that 2 level. The volume continues to be big here. Look at the volume coming in. All right, guys. Well, I had to take some just to see. I'm in 08. 2 gets me out. And I'm just have to watch it very closely. Oh, see, we don't have the 200 day. I don't understand. Sometimes I know there it looks like it, but we don't have a 200 day moving average for it. Why, I don't know. Just watching it, guys. I don't want to see it go down below 2. All right, guys, you know what? I took it out, small loss. I'll take a look at it again if it gets back up here. Doesn't like the way it's trading right now. I wanted this pop and a big continuation. Didn't get it, so I'm going to... Well, I don't know how to answer a question like that. Is there any hope? I mean, depends what you're looking for. I mean, Codex is obviously just being completely and utterly beaten up. The next low looking left on the monthly chart is around just underneath 12. Maybe that holds it. No, I know it didn't break two, but you know, I reserved the right to. I know I said I didn't want to see it break two, but it was getting, just didn't like the way it was trading. I can always get back in. Paradox alert, paradox alert. Oh, it's 10:30. Okay, I'm trying to concentrate on this. So I'll have to try to do a couple things at the same time. First of all, welcome to the room if you're brand new. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm just watching this BRQS to see if I'm going to get back into it. You guys who are in the YouTube feed, can you see all the links that I have posted now? So I don't have to, so at least you guys have access to the links. Not here. Under, yeah, you know where I'm looking, Asia. Okay, you see them. Okay, good. Okay. What do we now? Come on, go. I'm trying to, this is multitasking, guys. Back in this, so. Okay, so you do see all the links. Good. Okay. I don't quite see what you're seeing. That's why I'm asking. All right, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber in this room here, you can see all of the scans that I'm sharing. I am sharing a lot of scans. Click on the Scans tab. Here they all are. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can also download from here. These will both go to a Word document. You can take a look at all the links and the scans, more or less at your leisure. You see something you like, you just copy it. It scans anyway, you just copy it and then file, load from cloud. Okay, and that's all you do. So I'm back in at that at 212 level. So I'm just watching. I know I said 220, but it's one of these ones where, I mean, it's not a tremendous press release. I mean, it's not bad. $15 million though is sort of, that's the eye catcher. Just a matter of can the enthusiasm be maintained? You know, almost took some off up here, but I'm actually like really wanting to see if it can totally explode, get close to 3. So I'm out of it again, guys. Oh, that was a good exit. I'm out of it again. It's just a little too jumpy. So I guess I should have taken a little profit. So I'm out of it again. Another 3-cent loss. No, it's underneath too. So this doesn't look good now. All right, so I just want to talk a little bit about our subscriptions. So our subscriptions, I'm going to put the links in the room. Now I think you guys from YouTube, you can see those links also now. No, I'm all out of the IP. I'm not. I just didn't think it was dynamic enough. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription, guys, I'm trying to do a few things at once. This is a challenge right now. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the link right there. And you will see, you'll be brought to this page. Choose your plan. Basically, we have 4 plans. We have a premium annual. I should go back here. Here is the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. In fact, if you click on my homepage, it's actually a better link. It has a lot of other interesting links on there, not just the subscription link. So if you click on my homepage, so there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. Click on the Get Trades idea. And we have a premium standard and, premium subscription and a standard subscription. $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is right here, the AI. There are some other differences, but this is, if you're going to get the premium, it's because you want access to our AI. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can always start off with a monthly plan. Just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, again, $118 a month, less the 15%. The discount's only good for the first month, or the premium, $228, less the 15%. Again, only good for the first month. If you want to upgrade, though, we will honor that promo code. Okay, I'm going to click on my link again, and you're going to see some other. So you can get the trade of the week. I do a trade of the week. I'm sorry. Jumped ahead here. The trade of the week is sent to you before the markets open every Monday morning. This week's is XLNX. Here's what I was talking about. I do a daily market recap of what's happened in the room. Usually do it around 1:05. All of the webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You click on that link right there. You'll have the 20 lessons in 20 days. Keep scrolling down. And here are the daily webinars. You can sign up for them all. Everything is free. Again, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and they're all archived. And more educational links. Click here. Again, that 20 lessons in 20 days. Excellent, I think, if you're just starting out. And also right down here, educational videos. We have more educational videos right here. Okay? So it's a good link, I think. Barry's homepage has the subscriptions and all the other interesting links. All right, I do want to talk now about the AI. Well, Chris, the AI will be different every day, of course. If you're today, I would say, nothing really. I mean, I think ODT was good for a while as an example, but it's like anything else, as I've said last week. Man and machine. Let the AI is going to alert you to the good possibilities, and you should manage the exits, the trades on your own. So this is what the AI is all about. This is not one of the AI strategies, but we have 50 what we call baseline strategies. And if it were one of them, AI waits for the market to close every day and then takes a look at the filters and the filter values that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters. And then starts making adjustments, maybe to the filter values, maybe adds a filter, takes one out, runs through with a back tester, and runs through what we call an optimization procedure. So that's what the AI did on Friday afternoon. These are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. They made the cut because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. My opinion, here's how I think you should be watching them. From the toolbar, if you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is your window that will pop up. You'll have your entry time. It's a real-time entry. You'll have a stop, and basically you just manage the trades. It's a great watch list for the day. So even if you miss an entry, or if you got into something, you made some money, it might pull back and give you another opportunity to trade it. So the one I was interested in, I see it just took a little pop now. Told you I was interested in the 1007 one. Yeah, okay, so I'll answer this question. So here's a horizontal line. So trend line doesn't matter. You're talking about a trend line, right? So go up to the line or your markup and then when the cursor, when your mouse pointer changes to this icon, left click your mouse and then hit delete on your keyboard. Okay, so left click on your mouse and then delete on your keyboard. Well, that was a good exit, guys, for BRQS. However, I will have my alert set right up here again, just in case later on traders get enthusiastic about it again. Saw HPE earlier. Well, it's an earnings play tomorrow. It's not an earnings play today. They release earnings tomorrow before the market opens. I was mentioning this could be the area actually to short it. It's a big float though, 1.2 billion. But this is the area right here. But you know what? The bets are being placed right now. I mean, it's an earnings play tomorrow before the market opens, but there's some enthusiasm ahead of earnings right now. Now, if you're going to ask me what I think earnings are to me, I have no idea. Yeah, see, I can't make any recommendations like that. Is it a good time to buy this or that? And, first of all, I did see this one pre-market. It just got hammered. Um, it's I have no idea. I just have no idea. I mean, it's basing here 30 cents. I typically don't look at stocks under a dollar, number one. But I can't make any recommendations on that one at all. Yeah, but the volume is tailing off. There's a lot of volume, but the volume is tailing off. You're looking at this all this volume here, but I mean, there's no You know, unless you got a real big volume pop and a price rise. But again, this is, you know, some others who maybe specialize more in stocks of this nature, sub $1, they might have a better. But obviously, they had news. You know, downgrades. They flunked their late stage. So what else do they have in their pipeline? They flunked their late stage, whatever drug they've got, late stage blood disorder study. So just a second, I just have to answer this individual. Give me a moment here, guys. I just have to answer this individual. Yes, let's just try to trades window. All right. Meanwhile, GRWG continues its descent. Boy, look at this at ATIF. Look at the pop and look at this in huge, huge drop. All the way from 2 down to 144. Is it really? Yeah, I mean, I don't know about it. I mean, as I said, I was hoping actually it would stay underneath 2 for quite a while. And then later on in the day, and now if you guys are in it, of course, I hope it starts moving for you. But oops. Meanwhile, Harp now breaks underneath that whole number. That's a big break underneath that whole number for Harp. What was the low on Friday? There's the low on Friday. So this has room, 1221 or so. A lot of room. What's the float like? 14 million in the float. Good volume, 14 times normal. Harp is being harpooned, guys. Well, it was anyway. Just watching this Harp, see if it can just really collapse. So the alpha predator stream is just looking for stocks that are what we call alpha stocks that are kind of trading. They're just volatile stocks, stocks that are really in play, kind of stocks that are not really caring what the overall market is doing. You know, you see this big market. Wow, in fact, I'm just looking at it here. Big market turn down right now. I mean, that's a big red candle here. So if you're in a stock that really kind of tracks the market, you'd obviously have to be careful. You know, but the alpha stocks are the stocks that typically trade on their own. They don't care, within reason, what the rest of the market is doing or its sector is doing. You know, they're kind of trading on its own. Okay, so I saw all my AI alerts. We were having a bit of an issue here. So all my AI alerts just disappeared. Is that correct for you guys too? There they just came back. Okay. Yeah, okay, they just came back. I don't understand your question when you say you did something wrong. And I have no idea if it'll be in play again. I mean, I just don't know. Yeah, I know what happened is all of a sudden they just disappeared. They just came back. And I'm seeing, let me just see, we got a problem here. Yeah, we have a bit of a data problem maybe. Yeah, no, there's something going on, guys. I can say, yeah, maybe we've been infested with the thinker swim bug. Something is definitely going on. Charts have disappeared. Now I'm getting alerts though. Okay, looks like maybe we're okay again. That was just hopefully a brief blip. Okay, everything seems to be okay. Okay. My charts are okay. Just watching my charts. My charts. Now it might depend on the server you're on. Yeah, if you're having chart problems, it's possible then there's a server issue, one of the servers, because mine seem to be okay right now. I didn't even do that. It might help though, but I didn't have to do that. Meanwhile, Kirk, wow, Kirk just continues down now. Big run it had for several days. Look at this. This could take out all 3 days if it continues like this. Just one moment, please. Yeah, well, first of all, we don't give advice like that here. I mean, should you buy anything? I mean, nobody. I mean, this is just being hammered right now. I mean, I'd be if I'd be waiting to see if it could even hold 9 the way it's trading. But I certainly can't give you any advice like that. I'm not a financial advisor in that regard. You probably see the disclaimer when you come into the trading room. Well, that's completely up to you. Okay, you're chasing it down, but it's completely up to you. Just big. I didn't say it was going to go down here. I'm just saying there is the maybe a level of support. So don't misconstrue. Please don't misconstrue what I said. Lumber liquidators. What a run it has had, guys. I mean, look at the run it's had. Back here, that day right there, $21, almost 50% run in 8 days, a week and a half, almost 2 weeks for Lumber Liquidators, LL. Well, I mean, look at this on the monthly. What am I going back here? 2018. I mean, you would think, well, I mean, there's still room. I mean, in theory, it still has room. 3150 or so on the monthly chart. We got about 3 months like that, right around that area. So it still, in theory, has room. You're chasing it at this point, but when I just talking the general you. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here while I change headsets. All right, guys, I'm back. Nice to hear, Real. Messy, messy, messy. BRQS. Staying away from it now for sure. Meanwhile, Sorrento just continues to move down. That's why. Down goes Harpoon. HARP. I think this one made my, yeah, this one made my, you know, guys, I haven't even had a chance to look at my watch list. How are we doing here? VEL? Okay, so this, actually, I was looking at this to short it earlier. XBit 2077, nothing's happening. LL 2874, not bad. LPI 1470, 1496, not bad. CATB 849, nothing's happening. And then, oh my, the Kirk 1161. Oh man, 965. That's a $2 move from that short alert. Oh, look at Hewlett Packard. HPQ. What a run this is having. HPE. I don't know what the exact relationship anymore is with HPE and HPQ, but they're having the same run. Meanwhile, another one, again, sort of a broken record, but high flying in the morning in NBR. Press release looked okay. Fading in NBR. Is there a way to set up the charts so they all default to chart to dark mode? Okay, so what you can do is when you load your chart, okay, select dark mode. Okay, select the dark mode. This I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Properties and dark theme. Now, right click and save as default. So every time you load a chart, it'll be the dark theme. Okay? So just basically get the chart to dark theme, and then save it as default. And then every chart you load from then on will be dark. I do see that the SEC. I do see that reel on the NNBR. I have no thoughts on oil. I'm sorry. People ask me questions like that. I really have no thoughts on oil. Obviously, I mean, if the worldwide economy recovers somewhat, then we're going to see oil consumption again. But it remains to be seen. I did notice that the Gulf, with the hurricanes coming down, I think some of the operations are shut down. I think that's affecting 1 million barrels a day. But that's kind of short term. But I don't know. Again, I don't know if I can't answer questions like that. Somebody else might give an opinion about shorting airlines, okay? I cannot give advice, like that. I can't say, yes, short the airlines. You too, Paradox. Take care. That's probably a target zone. Yeah, it's not a line. It's not a line. It's a shaded area, right? That's a target zone for it. Yeah, it's a target zone, like down here. So the line, the shaded area gets darker and darker as it approaches the target zone. I don't know about, well, reversals. I mean, I've got a couple. I don't use them right now, but I mean, you can try them in the scans. Bouncers and toppers. You can try it. It's a multi-strategy window with bouncers and, where is it? Bouncers and toppers. You can try that one. See what you think. So obviously the bouncers are the stocks that have been moving down quite a bit, and then maybe, it doesn't mean just because you get an alert, of course, you hop into the trade, but I would take a look at maybe those two. Let's see if there's any specific news for Kirk. I don't think so. They have actually earnings coming up in September, September 3rd, not too far away. Yeah, so anything you do in a channel cannot be saved. Okay? The reason being is that the channel is for everybody. So the fact that you want to change, something in a channel and then come back to it and expect that it'll be changed, that's not going to happen. It's because these channels are for everybody. So it makes sense. The fact that you want to see a dark chart, or you want to have a different price range, or or. So what you can do, I think ultimately what you'll do is you'll probably create your own layout at some point. The channels are great. You can start extracting different windows from the channels. So in other words, let's just say this was, well, if I clicked on a channel and you saw something, a window that you liked, what you should do is right click, save or share to cloud, and save. So now it's in the cloud. Now you can go to the next channel. And again, if you start seeing windows that you like, they like the names of them, maybe you're seeing some alerts that are going by, they think, that's kind of interesting. Once you do that, then you'll have some windows that are in the cloud. Then you can start bringing them back one at a time, load from cloud, bring them back one at a time, and you kind of build your layout from a lot of the different scans that we have in the different channels. At which point, then you save your layout. Then you can have your charts, get your charts exactly as you want them, and then you can save your layout. File, save or share to cloud, and where it says enter layout, give it a name, and save it. So now that's how I think a lot of people can start to build their own layouts from our channels. Everybody's charts okay now? Saw that one earlier, Children's Place. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It has earnings tomorrow, August 25th, pre-market. So it does have earnings tomorrow. Again, you know, obviously there are people thinking they might be good, might be a good reaction. There's the high of 2 days ago, Thursday, 23.26. So it's almost right there. I guess if it takes that out, could have a little bit of a run. Well, I mean, obviously, if it doesn't take that out, you know, the longer, but it's basing. I mean, right now, I mean, you don't know. We don't know the direction. In fact, there's sort of a red bar ignored, which could mean it's going to go a little higher. Well, look at Laredo LPI. This is on the watch list. What's it doing? 1470, 1512 now, guys. So watch list has been a little spotty today. I'm still waiting on this VEL to see if it gets back up here. I have to reset my alert for 624. The XBit really didn't do anything. LL 2874 got up to 2928. That's not bad. But LPI is looking really good. 1470 over the whole number. Look at the room. Now, this is an energy play, obviously. One moment, please. Ah, did they really? Tops did another reverse split. Which one is it, Joanne? I'll just check to make sure I didn't accidentally delete it. No, you must be doing something wrong because I just loaded it. You could try again. There it is, strong stocks up shared. I just clicked your link or the link you put in here. I just clicked on it. There it is. Copied it, control copy. I copied it, went to file, load from cloud. There's the link right there. Load. And it's popped up on my other monitor, but there it is. So I don't know what you're doing, but the link is definitely okay. Normally when you get that sort of a message, it means that I've accidentally deleted the link, but it's still there. Another one that just is. Oh, this is shortable too. ADMA is shortable. Wow. Down through that 200-day movement. Could not hold the 200-day. Had a big pop pre-market. Look. Yeah, broken record, guys. Here's Son, the same thing. Yeah, Laredo continues from that alert to 1470, 1525 now. Harp continues to move down here, just a little penny by penny. Yeah, hard for me to help. I mean, if I just do it this way, copy the link, Control C, copy the link, file, load from cloud. There's the link. You can see it right there. It ends in C313. It's already been copied in. Load. So I don't know what to say. You have a green ball for sure. You're able to do things. Here, try this link just for fun. Are you loading it from? Are you loading it from a Word doc from the Word document or from in the scans? Okay, so it's in the scans. Okay, I thought maybe something was wrong with the Word document. Try this one. I mean, I'll put this one in. Try loading this. I mean, and see if that works. Well, if you like it, you can add it, Chris. I mean, is it something you need to ask? I mean, hard for me to answer that question. You know, if you're interested in stocks, these are strong technical and fundamental stocks. Combination of both strong technicals and fundamentals. They're usually more expensive. But when you say, is it something you need to add? I've got it here. All depends on what you're trying, the types of trades you're trying to take. They will be for longer term holds. So we've got a couple of AIs that have right now, if you're still in them, a couple of nice percentage moves. One's 6%, one's 5%. The rest of them kind of not doing too much, but a couple of nice ones. You know what, M. Neil? This is not a room like this, okay? You may be in the wrong room. You know, if we're going to start talking like, comparing your account to not my account, and guess who's going to be laughing? Okay, this is not that sort of a room. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to see who's on the YouTube feed today. I will. All right, guys, before I go, man, I forgot to talk about Brokerage Plus. Sorry about that. Um, Brokerage Plus. From the toolbar, click on New and Brokerage Plus. And this is only available in the app. It's not available in the web-based version. You can use Brokerage Plus in two ways. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect and you can actually trade your Interactive Brokers account from within Trade Ideas. You can set up things like one-click trading right here. I'm going to give you a video that you can watch if you're interested in doing something like that. Now, if you're new to trading, 100% recommended that you, before you commit money to the market, you practice with our simulator, Paper Trader, okay? Basically, when you load the Brokerage Plus window, connect to simulated trading, okay? Practice trading before you commit money to the market. So for instance, let's take Con as an example. Let's buy some Con. You know, I clicked on the alert, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to go in at. I can pick the price I want to go in at. In this particular case, I can go in at market. It's only a 2-cent spread, so I'm going to buy 200 shares. And it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. And just waiting for the, maybe I didn't click it. Usually, make sure these, okay, I may have to reload. Oh, there it took it. Okay, it did take it. Did you watch that video, James? If you watch the video and you're still not able to, I'm not sure how I can help you. Because it's pretty simple. You know, you have to have the right port connected and all that. Okay, well, I just here, the video link right here, Brokerage Plus intro. Right below your post. Not sure what video. I just popped it in again. All right, now I can put a stop in. Okay, I can put a stop in place here. So 1262. So let's just put a stop. That'll be a pretty tight stop. Maybe down here, 1243. I can add a stop order. 1243. You're going to see it will appear right on the chart. So it's right on the chart. There's my stop. So if I allow this to run automatically, price gets down to 1243. It'll take me out for a $37 loss. If the trade starts working, I can always take this line and start moving it up like a trailing stop. Okay. I can put in a target order if I want. Just again, right click, add target order. Let's put 13. And you'll see that will appear on the chart. There it is up here, maybe hard to see there on the weekly chart. So again, if I let this run automatically, it'll take me out at 12.46 for a $31 loss. It'll take me out at 13 for a $77 gain. Again, these lines are both movable. I'll write on the chart. You don't have to use the chart to get in or out of trades. If you want to get out of your trade, you just flatten, you highlight the trade and you flatten it. You can get out of half your trade, you can double your trade, or of course you can go manually and you can pick how many shares you want to trade, where you want to get out. So this is a great little simulator. Okay, practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Harp, harp, harp. I just think it's a rally. You know, I don't think there's anything specific to it, Larissa. It just says rallies and wave of convalescent plasma stoked, etc., etc. I don't think there's any specific news for it. It's just being tugged along, tugged along. Okay, that's all I think it is. No webinar today. I don't know. I know Steve is off, but he's back tomorrow, and he's the trade of the week guy. So let me just do a check. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a matter of signing up, isn't it? When I click on the links and I click on my, oops. So when you sign up for them, are you not notified? Here are the daily webinars. I mean, it's not going to say if it's canceled today, I don't think. But I think what happens is isn't it when you sign up, then you'll actually get an email saying, sorry, today's webinar is canceled. Something like that. Oh, I see. Well, that's another issue. Yeah, I got an email yesterday saying it was on. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not sure what to say, Locutus. Oh, I see. Let me just pop that in. There is a webinar today, though. There's definitely a webinar today. I'm afraid to look at Laredo. Okay, good. It pulls back a little bit. But a nice alert, though, from 1470 all the way up to 1540. So this one, it's funny. It had a little pop in the pre-market, IBIO, but it like not like a lot of the other ones. It just faded. I mean, this really ramped up IBIO. So has it not broken through the channel on both the 5 and the 15s, real? Well, again, it's just being tugged along with this plasma. The plasma announcement last night, with the virus, etc. It's being tugged along. You guys can, yeah, I mean, it's just, again, that's all, that's the only reason. All right, Aaron. Well, then, if that's what you're finding, then I would suggest you keep doing that. If that's what you're finding, that's a good find by you. Okay, so I just popped that news in there. I mean, this is news that's available, if you do a search. But I mean, this is the news, okay, for it. Rallies on wave of convalescent plasma stoke buying, okay? Does not derive plasma products directly, but it's contract, etc., etc., etc. But a lot of this is out there, okay? Okay, guys, I am going to be taking my break very soon, so I'm just going to put the announcement in now. Just waiting to see who's taking over in the YouTube feed. And then I'm going to go. Chicago Sean. Okay, thank you, Andy. So Chicago Sean will be in the YouTube feed. I'm not going. I'm just just half an hour. All right, Con on the move now for my watch list. 1261, little bit of a pop here for Con. Why is it on the watch list? Look left, look at the room it's got. And if you're wondering why things make the watch list, it's because they have chart. Not all of them are going to look this great, but they'll have charts that are similar, with lots of room. So you can take these stocks that appear in the watch list, that trigger in the watch list. If they close well, you can make a decision whether or not you want to hold them. So they can be traded intraday, or if you feel like it, you can hold them. Depending on what sort of room they have. Well, when you say how to use it, I mean, you click on the alerts. Okay, I'm going to be taking off. I'm going to shut down the YouTube feed. Thanks, Sean. I'm just going to stop my streaming.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Happy Monday. Is this the last week of the month? More or less. Pretty soon, summer trading will be over. And hopefully we're in for some more exciting times this fall. I'm hoping for exciting times. I don't know about you. I like volatility. Volatility is opportunity. So, for those of you who might be first timers here, or you've carried over from Barry's trading room, this is the live Q&A session that will be going on for the next hour. I'm your host, Sean McLaughlin, and this is your opportunity to ask questions of the software. This is a great place for me to demo any features that you need some help understanding, or need to see how things work. Whether you're a subscriber or not to Trade Ideas, you're welcome to ask questions, and this is your opportunity. So again, we're here for the next hour, and then we'll return to the Barry's trading room, and he'll take you all the way to the close. So if you do have questions for me, in your chat window on the YouTube page where you're listening to me, you could type questions into that chat panel. I will see them, and I will do my best to answer your questions as they come in. Now, my standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these training sessions is I don't have the answer to everything and to every problem, but I do know enough to be dangerous, so hopefully I can solve your problems or at least point you in the right direction. So while I wait for questions to come in, I'm going to go through and update some of my stop loss orders on my swing trades. What you see here on my screen is my Brokerage Plus window. I'm in the demo simulated trading account, so let's not get carried away about these open P&L numbers. This is fake, but I'm using this to demonstrate the power of the platform and show you how you can swing trade using Holly if you'd like. But these are my open positions. I'm just going to kind of cycle through all these and look at my stop loss levels and see if I need to adjust any. My biggest winner that I'm holding right now is Penn National Gaming. It's had quite a run. I don't see an obvious level to drag my stop loss level to right now. I don't want to bring it too close because I think this thing still has some room to go. So I'm going to leave that right where it is. I'm going to draw to ENPH. Same story. That seems like the level of interest right there where my stop loss. You see this horizontal red line. That's my stop loss level for those of you who are seeing this for the first time. I have an open order, stop loss order. We're at this price, 66.34. You can see it in the margins there. And if my stop loss level were to get hit, I would walk away with approximately $1,700, almost $1,800 profit. Pretty nice. And I could just, and if I want to adjust these stop loss levels, I could just drag them. Check that out. I just dragged it up. Now my stop loss level will take me out at approximately a $2,100 loss, but I actually don't want it to be there. I'm going to move this back down where I was before, right below that low of that red day right there. Okay, I'm going over to Logi. I'm going to leave that stop loss level where it is. And folks, you might be gathering real quickly that I'm not real scientific about where I place my stop loss levels. I'm a visual guy. I'm just looking for obvious levels of support. Wow, this Best Buy is really working, huh? You know what? I'm going to drag my stop loss level here. I see a little gap right about there. I'd hate to see that gap give up. I'm kind of nitpicking here, but I had my stop loss at break even. I hate to see this winner turn into a loser. So I'm going to drag that stop loss level up. I am a visual guy, like I was saying, and I keep it simple, folks. I keep it really simple. I've been trading for 22 years, and keeping it simple is what's kept me in this game. Lots of ways to overcomplicate trading. I'm not going to do that. All right, I'm going to drag the stop loss level up here, right below that level, that little reaction, 3-day reaction. That looks like a new support level. What happened to my stop? What happened? Get back up there. Hello. There we go. Okay. By the way, I should mention everybody, if for some reason I go dark and you lose connection to this YouTube feed, my internet's been kind of up and down all morning this morning. I don't know what's going on with my service provider, but my service has gone down at least 3 times since 6 a.m. this morning. So if I go dark, that's most likely why. All right, I'm going to drag this stop loss level up to right below there. It looks like a good level. If that support breaks, trade is likely dead. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to zip through these last ones here. Because I don't think there's anything else to do in these others. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right, I see a question came in. What is your best day trade or swing trading strategy to share? Well, I'll tell you, and those of you who've been in these meetings before, Debbie, I know you're here every day, so you can go eat a sandwich for the next 20 minutes or 10 minutes if you want, because I'm going to repeat myself here. But what I do for swing trading and the way I use trade ideas is, and every one of these trades that you see here came from this, is I use the Holly AI as my bullpen to find great swing trade candidates for me. So in my channel bar here, I've got a custom channel here that I've built. It's called AI Swings. This is my own channel. I've built this myself, my own layout. And across the top, I've got 4 charts of varying time frames. They all point to the same stock. But in this case, I got a monthly chart, a weekly chart, a daily chart, and a 5-minute chart. When I'm looking for opportunities to enter a swing trade on the long side, all I'm really paying attention to is these 2 longer time frame charts, the monthly chart and the weekly chart. And what I'm looking for is a chart that has a strong upward trend. For swing trading, I only like to be buying stocks. I'm a long buyer. Swing trades, I don't like to swing trade from the short side. If I ever take short positions, they're usually day trades. I don't do a whole lot of those these days, but if I were to short trade, they would be day trades. I don't like to hold shorts overnight and for any length of time. That's just my preference. I'm not saying that's wrong or bad or evil. It's just not something I like to do. I'm much more comfortable holding long positions. So that out of the way, I've got a window here. This is the AI Strategy Trades window. This is showing me every trade that has taken place so far across all 3 Holly AI channels. You can see the 3 Holly AI channels in your channel bar on the left. This is all of the trades in one place. Now, typically my best practice, what I do is in the last hour of the trading day, usually, that's when I'll take a look. Holly rarely enters any new trades in the last hour. Sometimes she does, but very rarely. So once we get into the last hour of the day, the trades that are in there typically end up being the final trades for the day. And so I'll start cycling through every name. I'll ignore the short trades. You see there's so far 3 short trades today. I'll ignore those. I'll just pay attention to the long stocks. Now, again, my own personal preference, I don't buy penny stocks. And I define a penny stock personally as any stock below $10 a share. I know there are plenty of large cap stocks that are priced under $10 a share. I'm fully aware of that. But I just like to trade stocks that trade above $10 a share. No magic, that's just it. So I'll start here at TAC. Here's a stock trading around 19 bucks. I'll look at this monthly and weekly chart. Neither of these charts are really inspiring. They're kind of sideways, so I'll pass. I'll go on to the next one. Exhibit. Kind of the same answer here. The monthly chart, we're kind of getting up to upper resistance, but this weekly chart's pretty concerning. I'm going to pass. BJRI is the next ticker on my list. Definitely do not like that chart, so I'm going to pass. CAR, don't like that chart. And MAR, let's see what's going on here. Now, so far, no swing trade candidates that I like. But that process I repeat every day. And here's my thinking, by the way, and I maybe should have said this earlier. The reason why I like to get my ideas from Holly is because Holly got into these trades, these day trades, for a specific reason. And that reason varies from strategy to strategy, but that reason is a catalyst. That catalyst could be anything like a stock making a new all-time high, a stock exploding on rising on exploding volume. Insider buying levels have been recently published and they're up. There's hundreds of reasons why why a stock may have caught Holly's attention, and we call those catalysts. And that catalyst has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. Now, if you've been playing around with Holly, you know that Holly, as it's currently constructed, is in service of day trading. Every trade that Holly gets into, she's out of by the end of the day. She holds no positions overnight, and that's great. If you're a day trader, that's great. But there's no reason why some of these entries that she gets into, there's no reason why these can't be good swing trades, okay? And there's a catalyst in play, and so I know that Holly has identified a catalyst in every one of these stocks that she's entered today. That's enough for me to feel confident that I've got an edge working in my favor, even if it's a slight edge. Any trader who's been trading a long time like me will tell you, if you've got an edge, then you want to be able to execute against that edge as often as possible. And that's the surest way to realize that edge over time. So every trade I put on, I don't assume that every trade I put on is going to be the big winner. I have no idea. When I put Penn on, let's pull up the Penn chart. I put this trade on, you can see it July 27th. You can see it right there. So on July 27th, Penn was trading, right where that buy button is. I bought Penn right here. I had no idea this thing was going to go from 32 to 55 bucks. I mean, I hoped it would, certainly, right? But I had no idea. I never know. And the way I can be confident that I'm never going to hurt myself is that every one of these trades that I put on, and again, this is a demo account, so let's not get carried away, but I would trade the same way with live money. Every one of these trades, when I put the trade on, the positions were sized. You notice there's different share sizes for every one of these positions. My positions were sized such that if my stop loss level got hit, the most I would lose is 200 bucks. That's it. So every one of these trades was originally risking $200. And you can see Penn right now. Penn, I'm earning, 14 to 1 on my original risk? Ballpark? That's how you win in this game. You're going to have a whole lot of small winners and a whole lot of small losers, and they're going to offset each other to a wash. As long as you don't take any big losers, and I've sized my positions and have my stop losses such that I'll never lose more than 200 bucks. Well, I shouldn't say never. Stocks can gap, of course. But odds are most of my losing trades will be in the neighborhood of 200 bucks or less, right? So my losses are $200 or less on average. My small winners and my small losers offset each other. And then I have the occasional handful of big winners like you see up here. This is all you need to be a successful long-term trader. Don't overthink it, folks. That's it. That's your secret sauce right there. Okay, Mick wants to know, can you show me the settings for the Brokerage Plus buying strategy? Are you talking about my personal buy strategy? Because that's easy to show you. What I've got set up here, and this is what I use to enter all my trades. So I got a little strategy here that I created. All right. So if I right click in here, go to edit trading strategy. So my swing trade buys, it's a long strategy. Entry time, I just, I leave it open. Market opens for me at 7:30. I'm in the mountain time zone. So 7:30 a.m., 2 p.m. is when the stock market closes. But really, this is where the rubber hits the road. It's these two columns here, or tabs here, the order details and the risk management. So first things first, position sizing. How do I size my positions? Well, I size my positions based on stop loss. So wherever the stop loss level is for the trade I'm getting into, I want my position to risk no more than $200 per trade. I don't care if I'm trading an expensive stock like Amazon or a cheap stock like OBLG that trades at $2 a share. I don't care what the share price is. I just want my stop. If my stop gets hit, I want to lose $200. So I've set that right there. Position sizing is based on stop loss. Now you have some other options here. You can do fixed dollars, right? Maybe you only want to risk, or for position sizing, you'll want to invest $10,000 per trade, okay? Regardless of the opportunity, regardless of where your stop loss is, regardless of the volatility in the name, every position you invest in, you want to invest $10,000 and buy however many shares that buys, okay? That's one way of doing it. I don't recommend it, but that's how some people do it, and that's fine. If that works for you, that's fine. Another way is fixed shares. A lot of people like to trade in 100 share lots or 500 share lots. You could set that number wherever you want. There was a time in my life when I was an early day trader that I always traded in 1,000 share lots. I was a SOES trader back when that was a thing. I'm showing my age for those of you who don't know what that is. Pay no regard, but I always traded in 1,000 share lots. Some people still like to do that. That's fine. But for me, I like to do it based on stop loss, and I only want to risk a certain amount of dollars per every trade. So that's where I set that. Now, stop loss. What is the stop loss? Good question. You set that in the next tab, the risk management tab. Here I've got a percentage-based stop loss. So wherever my entry price is, it's going to set my stop at 5% away. That's 5% of the share price of the stock, 5% away. So if it's a $100 stock that I'm buying, my stop loss will be at $95. That's 5% away. Okay, so that's how the stop loss level is calculated, and that input is used here based on stop loss to figure out your share size, and the AI engine does it all for you. So that's my little buy strategy that I've got set up. So now whenever I want to buy a stock, let's say I wanted to, what was one of those stocks that was kind of close? I was considering that maybe I would buy, was it Exhibit? Yeah, this one. Okay, you know what? Just for demo purposes, this is a demo account. I'll show you myself getting into this trade. So if I wanted to get into this trade, now remember I've got a buy strategy already set up in my Brokerage Plus window. So if I want to enter this stock, I can just go in any one of these charts. I just right click and hit Trade XBIT and buy using swing trade buys. That's this strategy right here, right? All I gotta do is just click that and watch this. Boom. I'm gonna get into the trade. If I go to my executions tab, you'll see it pop in here. There it is, Exhibit, right there. I just bought it at 2031. I bought 196 shares. All right. If I go to my positions tab, you will see it showing in here somewhere. There it is, Exhibit. There's my open position. I'm currently down $1. The stock hasn't moved since I got in. And on the charts, on all these charts, you can see my stop loss level clearly defined. And if my stop loss level were to get hit, I would lose approximately $200 on my trade. Easy peasy. And by the way, not only can I see the stop loss level here on my chart, but if I go into my orders tab here in Brokerage Plus, you can also see it here. Exhibit, there it is. There's my sell order. It's a stop. It's submitted. My stop loss level is at 1929. All right. Mick, I hope that was instructive to you. If not, let me know and we'll dig deeper. India. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I think I answered your question earlier when I was talking to you how I go, my process of selecting swing trades. I think I answered your question there. All right, Mick, I'm glad that worked. Awesome. So folks, I see a few of you have logged in since I started yapping. If you missed my little riff at the open, this is an open Q&A session. I have nothing prepared to talk to you about. This is a free-for-all for you to ask me questions and for me to try to answer them as best as I can. So I depend on you for content. Meanwhile, I'll pull up Xilinx. This was the trade of the week published this morning. For those of you who subscribe to the free trade of the week email, you got the email this morning for Xilinx. I believe it triggered, so I think we're long here. Looks like a pretty good trade. As long as we could kind of hold this level. I mean, we're kind of at the level here where we got to hold this level. So I like where the swing exit's kind of showing. If we break about $100.50 a share, I don't know if Steve's got a stop loss level for that, but 150 cents would be my stop loss on this swing trade. Well, India, when I was cycling through the charts earlier, going through, I didn't see any charts of the Holly trades right now that I liked. But I could tell you an options trade I got in today earlier. I got into a Walmart trade. I'm liking this chart. Check this out. Look at that monthly chart. Love that. Look at the weekly chart. Looking pretty good. These are the types of stocks I like to get into swing trades in. In this case, with Walmart, I did it in options. I bought some options here, expiring in November. I bought the 145 November calls. For those of you who are regulars here, you know that I am primarily an options trader these days. And I execute a different strategy over there that's not reliant on Holly. It's based on technical analysis. But yeah, this would be an example. If Holly got into this trade over here, this would be a trade that would definitely catch my attention and I would get into it. But for the purposes of my simulated trading account here, I'm demoing swing trading with Holly, so I just want to be consistent and only enter trades that Holly got into. And in this case, Holly has not taken a trade in Walmart for whatever reason, so I'm going to ignore it. Mick, off topic. There is no topic. Everything's off topic. It's okay. What is the difference between all the VWAPs? Well, that's a good question. The VWAPs are relatively new alerts that we added and filters that we added to the platform. So let's pull them up. I'm not sure if we have definitions here, but let's check them out. So you're probably asking, where are all these different VWAP 1, VWAP 2, VWAP 5. Usually, I'm going to cross my fingers here to see if this works, but usually, whenever you have a question about any filter or alert within trade ideas, and you're in this window and you don't know what it does, you don't know what the output is or input, all you simply do is highlight it like I've done here and click this help button. And this will launch a web browser that will take you right to the definitions page. And once it fully loads, it'll take you to the definitions. And here we go. I guess there are definitions in here, so great. So let's see, these filters provide the 5 anchored VWAP values in dollars. The VWAP starts at today's market open. The VWAP 2 starts at the market open from the previous day. VWAP 3 considers 3 days of data. VWAP 4, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what the differences are. That's news to me. I learned something new here. That's great. So this is the VWAP over today. This is today's VWAP. This is the VWAP. VWAP, by the way, for those who don't know, VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. So this is the volume average weighted price over the past 2 days, volume weighted average price over the last 3, 4, 5, etc. So there you go. That's what the examples are. Or that's what the differences are. And for everybody else, whenever you're in these alert windows, alert config windows or top list config windows, and you're looking through the filters and you're not sure what anything does, just simply click on it and hit that help, and that will launch that web browser, and that'll, in most cases, answer your question for you. Thanks for letting me demonstrate that, Mick. That's good for everybody. All right, let's get some music going here while I wait for some more questions to pop in. What do you say? Did you guys see that Kelly B today? Check out this stock. Look at this price action the last couple of days. Let me zoom out on this 5-minute chart. This is Friday. Stock opened around, I don't know, 27 bucks a share. Traded up to like 90 something. Came most of the way back to 35. This morning, it almost did the same thing. Traded from 33 to 60. Looks like it got halted and came right back. What the heck is going on there? Debbie, how does one use VWAP prices in your trading? Well, basically a VWAP is a fancier version of a moving average. So where a moving average, I think we all understand what a moving average is. Let's pull up a chart. Let's pull up, let's say, Apple. I don't have any moving averages here, so let's add one. Let's go into my daily chart here. Let's add a 50-period moving average. So let's go to indicators. Simple moving average, I'm going to add 50. So here's the blue line here is the 50-period moving average in Apple, right? So all that simply means is it takes the average price, in this case, closing price of Apple for the past 50 days, and it's a rolling number, of course. So every day the number changes, but it takes, the 50 most recent closes and takes the average, and this is the value. So today, the simple moving average is, you can see it up here. You can see it up at the top of your chart. See up here where it shows you the values of everything, the SMA 50. So if I go to the most recent day, it's showing $400.50. So the average closing price for Apple over the last 50 days is $400.50. We're way above that average. That's a simple moving average. Now a VWAP takes it kind of the next step further. It adds volume into the consideration. So I don't want to lose you in the math here, but basically what it will do is for the last 50 days, if it's a VWAP for 50 days, for example, it'll take, for each day, it'll calculate the volume multiplied by the share price. Okay. And whatever that number comes in, it'll be some crazy, $1 trillion number or something. But it takes that number and averages that over 50 days. And so basically what a VWAP is doing is it's showing you not just the average price, but giving you more context. If a ton of the volume, like let's say the average, like right now, the average price for the last 50 days is $400 a share, right? But if these last 3 trading days in Apple, and this might be true, if these last 3 trading days in Apple saw more volume in these 3 days than the previous 47 days combined, right? Let's just, for argument's sake, let's say that. Well, these 3 days would carry much more weight in the average, much more weight in the volume weighted average price. And so this level here might be closer to, like, say, 450, okay? It's basically telling you that the average share traded at 450 a share. Now the average closing price for the last 50 days in a simple moving average might be 400, but if you look at all the trading volume and you look at where all the trading happened, it might prove out that most shares on average, because so much of the volume was weighted in these last 3 days, the average share price that traded over the last 50 days might be like 450, okay? So I don't want to get you lost in the math there, Debbie, but that's basically what a volume weighted average does, is it factors volume into the average price. And there's a lot of people, myself included, who think a volume weighted average price has more to offer than a simple moving average. But so many people use it differently, so there's no one right way to use it. If you're on Twitter, Debbie, or anyone who's listening, if you're on Twitter and you like the idea of a volume weighted average price, I would recommend you follow my friend Alpha Trends. It's one word, Alpha Trends. His real name is Brian Shannon. He's been one of the first guys and most consistent guys using VWAP in his analysis, in his technical analysis. He's been doing it for years. For my money, he's best in the business at VWAP analysis. So look him up. Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon. Sure. I would say technical analysis is more relevant in all technical analysis is more relevant in high liquidity stocks. If a stock doesn't trade a whole lot, If it doesn't have much volume, I wouldn't trust any technical analysis on that. Which is a big reason why I don't trade stocks that don't trade volume. For me, my comfort level is a stock has to trade at least on average 500,000 shares a day for me to trade it. Otherwise, I'm not interested. That's just me. All right, Todd, I see your question. Let me dig in. Hold on a sec. Okay, you're asking about the idea surfing. It says the idea surfing scans all the top list windows. Yes, that's true. Are the windows configurable for the idea surfer? Meaning the number of stocks per window, 3 each, and the window scan. So, Todd, unfortunately, the idea surfing feature is not customizable. It will only scan top list windows you have open on your screen or AI strategy trades you've got open on your screen. So I got an AI strategy trade window here, right? So it'll only scan against those windows. And with the top list, you are right, it'll only cycle through the top 3 names on the top list. It will, however, cycle through all the AI strategy trades windows, I believe, or all the AI strategy stocks. Let's give it a couple minutes and see if it goes beyond CAR and into BJR. I think it will. Unfortunately, that's not customizable. I wish it was, Todd, and maybe it will in the future because you're not the only person to ask for that. So that might be something coming down the road. It's just a low priority request at this time. We got a lot more bigger fish to fry. And look, we just confirmed the AI strategy window does only cycle through the top 3 names there as well. So at least it's consistent. So only top lists and only AI strategy trades window will the idea surfing mode go through. For those of you who don't know what idea surfing is, you can see in my TI menu bar up here, I've got it saying currently idea surfing. It's currently doing it. And all it's doing is kind of cycling through these top 3 names without me having to touch the screen. I don't have to do anything, right? So we're looking at BMRN right now. Oh, somehow I got paused myself, it looks like. Turn it on. There we go. And every few seconds it'll switch to the next chart. And that's just, for those of you who maybe you're on a phone call, maybe Susie from accounting came over to ask you a question, maybe your kid's pulling at your leg, for whatever reason you're not fully engaged with a platform. Well, the thinking here is if a stock is showing up at the top of one of your top lists, then it's probably a stock you want to pay attention to, and you'd hate to miss an opportunity because you were looking at the wrong stock. So with the idea surfing on, it just kind of toggles the chart so you can hopefully not miss anything. So by the way, folks, congrats to anyone holding long coming into today. S&P 500 making new all-time highs finally, for real. I mean, I know we pierced it a little bit last week, a couple times briefly. We just couldn't. SPY just couldn't get above the 339 level. I mean, it was just pulling teeth to get over and hold above 339. Today is kind of what I expected would happen, as far as the way we got through that level was not just to trade through it, but we would gap through it, and that's sure enough what we did. We opened up around 342, $2 or $3 higher than that resistance, and we're holding. So, do we go higher from here? That's where I'm betting. That's where my money's invested. Could I be wrong? Of course I can. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong many times again. All right, so I've got about 28 minutes left until the top of the hour. This is a reminder. This is a open Q&A session, so I'm here to answer your questions if you got them. So throw them at me. If the questions dry up, then maybe we'll end the session early and send you back to Barry. Meanwhile, I got some music playing in the background. I hope it's all right. Well, remember that internet outage I mentioned earlier at the top of the call? Well, my internet is still going, which is the good news. I just got an email from my local service provider telling me that they are heading into my backyard as we speak to look into what's going on with this internet. So hopefully, well, he says he'll knock on my door before he does anything. So if he needs to turn something off, at least I'll be warned, and I'll be able to warn you. Oh, Best Buy. So, Deb, I saw your comment earlier. It looks like we got earnings coming up at Best Buy. Yep, tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay, you need help with a new high. How can I help? Are you looking to build an alert window that will show you stocks making new highs? If so, what kind of new high? You want an intraday high? You want a 20-day high? Give me a little color there. Aaron, there will be a day, someday, where TD Ameritrade will be available for Brokerage Plus. Unfortunately, I do not have an ETA on that. It's kind of it's definitely out of my hands. I'm not a developer. I'm not the one building it. But I can tell you it is being worked on. But it still needs to go through a lot of testing. So it's going to be a while. So be patient, hang tight, but it is being worked on. We know a lot of our Trade Ideas customers have accounts at TD Ameritrade and Thinkorswim. So we want this for you more than you know, believe me. Okay, so if you set an alert and you don't put any number in the qualifier box, so what he's talking about here, let me open up a new alert window. So if I used a start from scratch, if I used a new high alert and added this alert, let's activate this and hide unused. So we're just focusing where we need to focus. So we're talking about this qualifier box here. If I put a number in here, say 50, then this is going to give me an alert when a stock makes a new 50-day high. It says days right here. If I leave that box empty, then I'm going to get alerted on an intraday high. Okay? So I don't know if default is the right phrase to use that, but this box, when it's empty, it'll show you a new intraday high. And any number you put in here, it'll look for that in days. So 60-day high or 365-day high for a new yearly high. That's how that works. Good question. So folks, I'm here. I'm waiting for questions. Otherwise, we got nothing to talk about. I'll just cycle through some charts here. Got a little all-time highs window down here that I like to pay attention to. As a swing trader, when I do swing trade, I love to trade stocks breaking out to new all-time highs. Nike, look at that. That's a beautiful chart. Lululemon, these are all names we know. Breaking out, continues to break out. Intuit, that's a beautiful breakout. You still want to get in front of this market and get short? You still want to call the top? When I see names like this breaking out, I say no thank you. That's a beautiful chart. So many beautiful bullish charts out there right now. Tough living being a bear these days. The bears will be right someday. We've been saying that for the last 10 years. going on in UNH? This is a stock I've got a bullish options position in. I'm not liking that trading action. It's probably going to get me out. Probably going to get out of that trade. So there you go. There are some bullish or some bearish charts right now. This one might be one of them. Well, I wouldn't say it's bearish, but it's certainly not exceedingly bullish. I don't have an answer for that, India. How often I trade an all-time high? I don't have a target number of how often I trade all-time highs. Those are just my favorite setups. I just like those setups. I will give a stock making an all-time high. I will give that preference over, if I can only enter one trade and I got two stocks that are setting up and one of them is making an all-time high and one is nowhere near it, I will always take that all-time high. I like trading stocks making all-time highs as a swing trader because there's no upside resistance. There's nobody looking, there's no bag holder who bought at a higher price who's just looking to get even and looking to sell on any uptick. Anyone who's holding that stock long, everyone's making money. Nobody's in a hurry to sell. Those are my favorite positions to be in. Do they work out always? Of course not. Of course not. But if Tesla is going to go from $400 a share to $3,000 a share, it's going to go from 400 to 401 to 402 to 403 to 404, making new all-time highs all along the way. It's simple math, folks. So I love buying new all-time highs. Short answer, Mick, yes. I do hold swing trades through earnings. Earnings are rarely a catalyst for me to get into a trade. So it won't be a catalyst for me to get out unless it just breaks my stop loss level. That's it. I'm not, because I have a longer time frame, I'm not paying much attention to earnings. Now, that said, let me be honest here. If I'm thinking about getting into a stock as a swing trade and I see that it's got earnings coming up in the next day or so, very short term, maybe within a week, that might give me pause. That might tell me, I might say, all right, let's wait it out. Let's see what this thing looks like after earnings. If I still like the trade, then I'll get in. But if I'm in a trade and if it's a trade I've been in for a long time, I'm not going to let earnings shake me out. Okay. Like I've been in, let's just look at my open positions here. Let's just pick one from May. Here's Logi. I got in on May 12th. We've probably sat through at least 2 earnings reports during this time. Now, if I let myself get shaken out because earnings were coming up, I'd be missing out on this big winner, right? So earnings are a necessary evil, I guess. But in full disclosure, if I am considering a new position and there is earnings on the immediate horizon, then I might wait. Okay, so that's the fair answer. Todd, when I'm looking at swing trades, so you're talking about when I was going through the AI swings example, where I'm looking for swing trades based on Holly's trades. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm looking at these 2 charts here. I got a monthly chart and a weekly chart. I'm just looking for a trend. Okay, I'm looking for long trades, so I want to see an upward bias in the monthly chart and the weekly chart. When I look at a chart like this does not scream upward bias to me. Yeah, it's been up in the last 4 months. That's great. But long term, over the last, say 3 years, this is just a really sloppy pattern. So that's not what I'm looking for. I prefer a stock like Walmart, like I told you earlier, that I got into today. Here's a chart that's, it's from the bottom left to the upper right. Bottom left to the upper right. That's a long-term trend that I like. That's what I'm looking for, Todd. Michael, do I do an options trade on the Trade Ideas Trade of the Week? Sometimes. if I like the setup, I'm not afraid to take an options position in a trade of the week if it's got a swing trade look that I like. But it's not something I do every time. But it's certainly any idea is a good idea, right? Michael, I do not use level 2. Level 2 is dead to me. I started trading in 1998 when level 2 actually meant something. Back then, level 2 would show you who is on the bid, who is on the offer, and how much actual size they had. You could see that it was Goldman Sachs bidding for 1,000 shares. It was Morgan Stanley offering 10,000 shares. It was Bear Stearns on the bid with size. It was, Knight Capital. You could see who the buyers and sellers were and at what price they were willing to buy and what price they were willing to sell and how much shares they had on the bid or on the offer. Today's level 2 shows you none of that. It's all hidden behind anonymous exchanges. Nobody shows their true size. All the exchanges change their price at the exact same time. Level 2, in my mind, is complete garbage, and I'll fight anybody on that if you want to argue with me. So you won't get a sympathetic ear with me out of level 2 trading. It's not useful. At least not useful the way I used it back when it was an enormous edge for traders in the late 90s when I started. For me, only price pays these days. If I like the price action, then I'm in or I'm out. But level 2 is no factor. And we don't have level 2 data on trade ideas either, for much of that reason that I just explained to you. Also because it's expensive. The exchanges charge a lot of money for that data. Now, many of you get it for free through your broker because it's subsidized by the commissions you pay. They use that money to buy that data for you. But trade ideas, if we were to add level 2 data, we'd have to pass that expense along to you and you would not be happy. It's not cheap. Which of course speaks to the whole absurdity of level 2 data. It's completely useless, yet they charge a lot of money for it. So you really got to be a knucklehead to use it. All right, folks, we're coming in to the final quarter of our hour here. So I got 14 minutes left to answer questions of the software. Any questions you got, I'm happy to cover them. I'm just going to change my channel here, see if I open up a different channel that, I don't know, jogs any questions for people. Happy to discuss. If you see a different window here that you're not used to or want to know how to do things, please throw it at me. And by the way, for those of you who might be a first timer here, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday. As long as the market's open. If it's a market holiday, we don't do it then. But when the markets are open, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and there's 5 of us who rotate out throughout the week. So today you got me. I typically do Mondays. Tomorrow will be Steve. Steve typically does Tuesdays, and then through the rest of the week we got Andy, Jamie, Michael. We all have different perspectives. We all have different skill sets. We all have different ways that we use the platform. So keep on coming back. You'll get different, you might get some different ideas from different people. Mick, if you're going to live trade with your connected Interactive Brokers account, you are going to need, you're going to need 2 things. Number 1, your Interactive Brokers account has to be a pro account, not a light account. I know everybody wants free commissions, and Interactive Brokers offers free commissions in their light accounts. But unfortunately, if you want to trade through trade ideas, that requires an API connection. That's just the back stuff. You don't need to worry about how that works. But Interactive Brokers requires a pro subscription to get API trading. So you'll have to pay commissions on your trades. Good news is Interactive Brokers commissions are really cheap, so that's great. So you'll need a pro account, and you'll have to have live data. You'll have to pay for live data through Interactive Brokers. I think you just need the basic level 1 data. I think it only costs like $10 a month, give or take. It's cheap. But you'll need that. It's unfortunate that Interactive Brokers charges you nickels and dimes you for things like that, but that's how they do business. Good news for some of you though. On that note, if and when we get Thinkorswim and TD Ameritrade live on the platform for Brokerage Plus, the hope is, the expectation is that Thinkorswim customers and TD Ameritrade customers will be able to do the Brokerage Plus trading, API trading, commission free. And if that's the case, that's gonna Interactive Brokers is gonna start noticing that they're starting to lose out on a lot of volume from trade ideas. Right now they're getting a lot of volume, but that volume is going to start shrinking because they're going to notice a lot of our customers are going to start moving their accounts over to TD Ameritrade for the free commissions. So that might put pressure on Interactive Brokers to finally stop being dicks about it and let you trade API through their Lite program. We'll see. Stay tuned, as they say. Yeah, Debbie, that is true. Debbie brings up a good point. For those of you who are excited about free commissions, maybe you trade through Robinhood, you were one of the first free commission people, or you've jumped on the bandwagon with a commission-free account at Schwab or TD Ameritrade or E-Trade or all the big brokers that are now offering free trading. Let me say it to you once and let this burn into your brain. There ain't no free lunch on Wall Street. And free commission trading ain't free. I know you think it's free. It doesn't show up as a line item on your statement, but trust me, you are not getting the best fills on those trades. Those best fills, you might only get a penny worse fill on a stock, and that might not be a big deal, and that's fine. If you're a swing trader, it's definitely not a big deal. But if you're a day trader, a high volume day trader, and you're getting slipped half a penny or 1 penny a trade, that adds up, folks. That adds up to meaningful dollars over the long run. Meaningful dollars, trust me. So be careful. Don't let the slick marketing fool you on free commission trading. There ain't nothing free. I'd much rather pay a cheap commission like an Interactive Brokers knowing that I'm getting better fills. So Todd, to use our simulated trading, you don't have to have it connected to any brokerage account, okay? So I'm connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. It all takes place here within our platform. It doesn't go anywhere else. So you don't need a brokerage account anywhere else. So you could do that with anybody, no worries. And then you could, you'll have to manually trade with Lightspeed. We don't have any brokerage connection with Lightspeed. The only broker that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas at this time is Interactive Brokers. But you wouldn't be alone there, Todd. Most of our customers, still to this day, most of our customers still manually trade either the Holly AI or their own strategies. They still manually trade for whatever reason. Old habits die hard. Maybe they want more control. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Now, there's a growing subset of our customers who are more and more using automated trading strategies, either their own strategies or Holly strategies. And we think that's the future. But, the vast majority are still manually trading. And you can manually trade with any broker you like. No, your simulated trades you'll only keep track of within the Brokerage Plus tool. Now, this is something that's being addressed in future iterations of Brokerage Plus. Our reporting feature for the simulated trading is not ideal. Okay, you're going to have to keep, if you're doing swing trades, you're going to have to keep really good records of all the trades you get into, like maybe build a spreadsheet and track the trades you got into, because our Brokerage Plus is not set up for analysis, long-term trends of your trading. It's really just built for, currently it's built for tracking intraday trading performance. That will be changed in the future. We are building some tools to make Brokerage Plus and all of Trade Ideas more robust for swing traders. It's a high priority. That's where all of our devs' attention is right now. So stay tuned on that. But yeah, for now you would track everything within Brokerage Plus. If you're using the simulated mode, none of this will track anywhere else. But if you want to keep detailed records, you'll have to do that on your own using a spreadsheet, either Excel or Google spreadsheets. All right, folks, so I'm going to issue last call for questions here. If you got any questions and you're sitting on them, now's the time before I pull the plug. So please throw it in there, and no question is a bad question. There's 51 people in this channel right now watching. I promise if you got a question, there's someone else who might benefit from the answer besides just you. So don't be bashful. Nobody will judge here. This is a judgment-free zone. Sure, India. You want to know how to build an entry system, an entry order strategy like I have for swing trade buys, so that you could do kind of like one-click order entry. So right now, just for those who don't know, like in any chart, if I just right-click and choose trade the stock, I could do a trade using one of these two strategies, a long strategy or a short strategy. Okay, so how did I create these so that I could do it real easy? In your strategy tabs window, just right click and choose new trading strategy. All right, that's going to open up this window, and then just work through these tabs to set it up. So you don't really need to do anything in this configuration tab other than give it a name. If you're looking for an entry, call your entry, let's say you call it your long entry strategy. Call it long entry strat. Okay. Make sure you got, it defaults to long, so just make sure it's long. We'll just leave this here. Entry time, just widen it up so it works any time of the day. These defaults are probably what you want, so just leave them there. Order details, this is where you set your position sizing. Okay. I like to use based on my stop loss. You might like to do something different, but my comfort level is risking $200 a share, so that's how I do that. I'm sorry, $200 per trade. And then I go to the risk management tab. I can configure my stop loss. I'm going to use a percentage stop loss, and you have some options there, right? You could do a hard dollar, for example. But I'm going to do a percentage. I'll do 5% as my stop loss level. I could even set a profit target if I want. Let's say do a profit target of 10%. Okay. You can even set a trailing stop. The hold time, I just, for timed exits, if you want to have a timed exit, it defaults to none, and I use none, but you can set it so that if neither your stop loss level or your profit target get hit, then close the trade after, 300 minutes. That's like what, 6 hours? Or, at the market open the next trading day, right? Or at the close, you can do all that stuff there. But again, to reiterate, just to do that, you just, in your strategies tab, just right click, new trading strategy, and that brings up this window here. Then once you've got that strategy set, I should have done this here, test, just call it test. I'll just quickly go through and set a dummy one. Risk management, percent, 5, okay. And now look at that, I hit okay, and now here it is. It's showing up in my window. And now if I'm in a stock chart and I want to make a trade, if I right click and say trade the stock, now you can see my new strategy there, buy using test. And I have 3 different strategies I can use to enter a new trade. Okay? Hope that was clear. And I feel like that's a good place to end it, folks. Thank you for hanging out and asking questions. We do this every day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Come on back. If you ever have questions, you can always come back. It's all good. We're happy to help. All right, folks. Barry is streaming in the live trade room, so I'm going to push you back to Barry, and we'll see you. Come on back tomorrow.
All right, I guess I'm back on the YouTube feed, guys. Okay, so thank you to Sean for his hour in the YouTube room from 12 to 1. So I'll be doing my video in about 5 minutes. What a great alert, ODT, guys. So again, this is from the AI, 2329, 1980 now. Of course, it's a short. And pretty, let's take a look at it on the, well, on the 15s. Take a look at it on the 15s. Pretty steady. A little jog there, then down, then just basing, and then another jog down. So it's pretty steady. I had an alert set for Angie up here. I think if you looked at most of the stocks that William is doing, if you look at the bid ask, it's probably not, it's not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use a market order. Okay, so Arman, there are only two options for linking. If you right click on the chart, properties, you either can check symbol linking or uncheck it. All right, there's only the two options. So obviously I have these 5 charts checked. So yes, when I click on a symbol, all 5 charts change. The SPY chart remains because it's unchecked. Those are the only two options you have, okay? As far as I know, you can't even use a stop loss based on a percent, right? Oh, that's a trailing stop. You don't need a second stop, as far as I know. Okay, so Amit, right click, properties. Right click, properties, symbol linking, checked or not checked. That's all it is. That's the only two options. Okay, so right click the chart, properties, symbol linking. You might have to take something like that too, because I don't know why you would need a second stop loss. Well, based on a stop loss is basing it on a stop loss. If this is what you're talking about, risk management based on, order details based on a stop loss. Now you have to tell it, okay, what are you going to use for a stop loss? So then in the risk management, now here's where you will use your filter stop loss, and that's up to you to pick a stop loss. A lot of these are irrelevant in here. These are basically all the filters. But if you have set to dollars right here, then you don't have to fill this in, obviously. Yeah, guys, Filt still has a little bit of room. You're in chase mode here, but Filt, nice pop over the whole number. Nah, really doesn't have that much room. Sorry. 1022 is the next high looking left on the daily. I was thinking maybe to 1050, but that's not the case. All right, guys, I have to do my video now, so I will get the announcement in. Of course, that time is wrong, so let me just correct it. And if you want access to William, you're in the off topic. You know that. Maybe you don't know that, but you're in the off topic. Okay, if you want access to my video, click on. Start really promoting this one more than the individual links. No, it's not you, Red Bull. It's William. William's posting off topic when he's talking specific stocks. So again, if you want to see my video, just click on that Barry's homepage link. Click on the link, and you want to sign up for it. And right there, watch the daily market recap videos. Okay, click there, and you can sign up for them. Okay, guys. So we'll see you at around 125. Put myself on mute in both feeds. Yeah, the video took a little bit longer. I made a mistake, so I had to redo it. So that's why it took a little bit longer. Let me get back into the other. Okay, there we are, guys. Sorry, a little bit longer. I'm talking to the other room now. I made a mistake in the first one, so I had to redo it. All right, everybody, we are now back. So, windows for big caps, up gapper. Well, any gappers, up gappers or down gappers that you want to have, Fami, just put big caps. Just go to, for instance, if you use mine as an example, I'll try to answer your question in a second, data stop. So if you're using my gappers as an example, all you have to do is just, right click on the alert window, configure, and search on market cap. Market cap. Okay, there's market cap. All right, there's market cap. Add the filter, and then you put in whatever you think you want to have as your minimum market cap. I mean, it's nothing more than that. So I understand now. I can't see what you guys are seeing, but I believe now all in the YouTube feed, all of my scans are visible for you. So one of them is gap up, one of them is gap down. So you could take those two and just add in the market cap to the filters or to the strategy. Well, you just have to zoom. Okay, that's just a matter of zooming, data stop. So you just zoom in and out. Okay, so if you keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, then you just zoom in and out. Okay, I'm not just showing one day on the daily chart though. Obviously I'm not, so I'm not sure what you meant by that, to be honest. If you're talking an intraday chart like the 5-minute, yeah, this is just today. But I could, if I wanted to, start scrolling back previous days. Yeah, just control key down on your keyboard, keep that pressed, and then the scroll wheel, the scroll wheel on your on your mouse, just scroll in and out. So Fami, you can see all the scans that I'm sharing. Is that correct? I just want to make sure because I can't see exactly what you guys are seeing when you enter into YouTube. I added all the scans there. Well, this has been an erratic one. I mean, this had a big pop right all the way back up to 14 before it really dropped again. That's a very erratic one, the harp. Typical of relatively expensive stock with a low float. Give me a moment, please. Boy, luminol. Now, underneath that big 15 psychological number, this looks, oh, this is a little bit crazy. I'm looking at the spread. It's a dollar spread. Almost looks like it's halted. This is a dollar spread for luminol, LMNL. Untradeable right now. I see FTSE's been, no, I thought it would be a little more crazy than that. I guess it actually got halted on the gap down. Hmm. That's a pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal, though. I mean, you're right. They might be seeing a secondary in the future or the offing, but I mean, that is pretty brutal. How's it doing today? I've got three nice ones. One's up 14.9%, one's up 9.2%, one's up 4.6%, and another one's up 3%. Those are the, and I had a couple of stop outs, but overall, I mean, ODP. Somebody asked me how is the AI doing? The ODT certainly is the star on a short. Well, to me, let's see, the BRQS, too late to get into it. Let me just see, BRQS. Well, I mean, if you're saying too late because it's 102%, well, to me, I'd be waiting for a two break again later on in the day if it happens. Otherwise, you could just give it, all over you could just be chopping around in here. All right, I will. Yeah, I see these channels being broken by GNPX. Can you expand trade ideas to fit my entire screen? Well, Are you talking about from the channels, or are you talking about creating your own individual alert windows and top list windows and charts? Because I guess in the channels it doesn't. I mean, if you have a channel loaded, you can move, you can grab corners. Like you can grab corners, of course, oops, and do things like this, and make the alert windows, make the windows as big as you want. I mean, you can see, you're obviously looking at my screen. It is filling up the entire screen because I have, stretched the windows exactly where I want them. Yeah, there's another. So this was a pullback play from the AI. You can see this is a pullback play for SONN. And now, so we've got three that are very nice percentage moves. I cannot enlarge from the box next to minimize button. You mean right here? I might have to send you to tech support. I'm not sure I know exactly what you're talking about. There's the minimize. There's the maximize. Yes. There is no, so I'm not sure I know what you mean. You mean it's not clickable? When you say it is subdued, you mean it is not clickable? Yeah, I must be misunderstanding, Tim, because I mean, there'd be no way you'd want to, of course, be able to just take a window and maximize it so it's the only thing on your screen. There was not a overall. Yeah, no, I mean, there's no sort of overall maximizer that is going to automatically adjust all the windows in proportion to the whole screen. You have to, I mean, again, are you on the app? You're in the down, you have a toolbar like this? I mean, is there a problem doing what I've done? Taking my windows, putting them where I want, making sure the windows are exactly the size I want. Once you've done that, you can save your work. I mean, you only have to do it one time. I have three monitors. I have Trade Ideas windows on all my monitors. This is the shared monitor. And this is a good tip for anybody with multiple monitors, just so so you don't have to, if you have multiple monitors, you don't have to, when you load Trade Ideas every morning, the last thing you want to do is having to rearrange your windows all over the place. Well, I'm talking in general now, Tim. So what you do is you take your toolbar and you put it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Arrange all your windows as you want them on your other monitors also. You know, for instance, I've got my AI and my other monitor. Once I've had everything exactly as I want them, just click on Tools and Options, and then Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts, and then check Open relative to main window, and save. And save your work afterwards. All right, save your layout. You can save it to your computer, of course. Save it to the cloud. Give it a name. Save it. Now, then when you exit Trade Ideas, you know, if you exit, I do this every single day. File, exit. It asks me, do I want to save my layout? I say yes, and that's it. Tomorrow, when I load Trade Ideas, everything will be exactly where I want them to be. Resolute Forest Products, RFP. Boy, 2-bar pullback on the daily chart. Oh man, I forgot to do all this. Clear. Let's see what sort of action we get from some of the cheaper ones that are maybe just starting to pick up. Okay, Tim, again, are you using our app? You have a toolbar, right? Because I'm going to show you how I think you should use the AI, and you don't have to worry. I think what you're doing is you're going into the channel. This is what I would do. So I just want to make sure, can you answer me? Just want to make sure you are on the app so that you have a toolbar that looks like this. Okay, so in order to see all of this, all of the AI alerts, this is what I would do. This I think is going to sound. No, don't click on the channel. Don't click on the channel. Okay, watch what I do. From the toolbar, click on New. Okay, don't click on the channel. Oh well, then get out of the channel. I mean, get back to your layout, or if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on, and listen to me very carefully because I know it can be a little confusing, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades. All right, my trades window, the strategy trades window. There are two. There's one that's just called the strategy window, and then there's one that's called the strategy trades window. Okay? If you click on that, this is what you'll see. You'll see all of the alerts all day long. You'll have an entry, you'll have the exits, you'll have the stops. You can incorporate this as part of your layout. Instead of having to go to the channel bar to see the AI, this is how I think you should use it. Not just you, but anybody. Then you can again incorporate this as part of your layout. Because the problem going into the channel, yeah, I understand. Now I understand. You wanted to go into a channel and have it fill out the entire monitor. It won't do that. But why do that? Why not just have this strategy trades all window open, and then tomorrow morning when you open, before the market opens, this will be blank, of course, and you just wait for them to appear. Yeah, I mean, channels are great if you're new. I think what happens though is eventually, people get used to the program. They can start extracting individual windows from the channels that they might like. When you extract a window, all you have to do is right click and save it to the cloud, save or share to the cloud. Then you move on to the next channel. So you can start saving individual windows from the cloud or from the channels that might look interesting, that you think might be interesting. And then if you start off with a blank slate, nothing, you have no windows, then you can start from the cloud, file load from cloud, and start bringing back those windows one by one. And then maybe you want to add a few charts. And once you've got things set up the way you want them, that's when you save your layout. That becomes kind of the layout that you'll use all the time. Yeah, if I had to say, well, Omni is just all three of them at once, okay? There's no, Omni is just all three. We have three not versions, well, call them versions of the AI. One's Holly Grail, one's Holly 2.0, and one is Holly Neil. Holly Grail was the first one, though it's been reworked a little bit because we used to say it was a little more conservative, but it's been giving us some really good, like some very good ones, even high relative volume. Holly Neil was the one that was really zeroing on stocks with high relative volume. So your risk reward, high, but you have to prepared. Some of them, of course, would be very, very volatile. So it depends what sort of a trader you are. Personally, I don't care. I just sort them. Whether it's coming from Holly Neil, Holly 2.0, Holly Grail, I don't really care. I just sort them on the aggressive profit column, and I watch the ones that are up the most all day long, seeing if I miss an entry, the original entry, I watch it to see if it sets up for another entry. And you can see right off the bat, there's one of each, all doing really well, 10%, 11%, 13%, one of each. Do you really care from where they come from? Just one moment, please. Okay, so Raj, yeah, you need a premium service if you want to auto trade anything. Okay, you want to auto trade, say, an alert window that you create, and if you want to know how to do that, you have to watch this video. Goes over exactly how you create your own strategy, put it in here, okay, turn it on, and then you can auto trade it. For that, you do, excuse me, you do need our premium service. Okay, so that's it. And I don't know, have you watched the video? Because it really goes over that. I'm going to give you it right now. Okay, are you a new trader, Harry? I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be auto trading, you know, if you're a new trader. But you can watch the video. If you're a new trader, first of all, I'd be practicing. Practice, practice, practice. Don't commit your money yet until you have practiced using our simulator. Oh, I see. New to AI. Okay. All right. All right. Well, then just turn it on. You know, just turn on the simulator. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with how many green and how many red. I could say, okay, I'll take trades on Apple. Okay, I'll make 2 cents and 3 cents every trade. So I'm positive that's green. What does that really mean? It's how much money you make. It's not how many green or red you are. First of all, if you were 13 green and 2 red, and they were reasonable profits of your green, that's of course that's unbelievable, unattainable. You know, again, unless you're talking about the situation where, I mean, I do see people saying I'm profitable every trade. Well, you know, an Apple trade. Well, they're making, you know, 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents. That's, you know, great. Your win percentage looks awesome, but you're not making any money. Sure. Yeah, real. That sounds, we'll try to pick a time, okay? Got some things going on the weekend, but I'll try to pick, maybe you can pick a time. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay, Todd, so I see you're new to the platform. So if you're new to the platform, this is what I recommend. We've got these 20 short lessons. They go over a lot of the basic features of trade ideas, you know, how to, let me just pop that into the room here so I can show you what I'm talking about. 20 short lessons. So, you know, literally download it. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. On and on and on. Just some of the basic features of trade ideas that you should know how to do. Anybody should know how to do. But you're also, but William, no, you don't. But you're also looking at like 2, 3, 4, 5 cents, you know, and which is great for your style of trading. I'm not saying every single trade is like that, but Real, I know you. I don't understand what goes on there. You private messaged me, but I cannot see it. I saw the first one. Oh, okay. On next month. Yes. Okay. That sounds great. Sure. Next month. Okay. All right. What do you think? What do I think of Kirk? What do I think of Kirk? Well, I mean, listen. The longer it holds over 10, I don't know if it got beaten up today for any specific reason other than just pure and utter profit taking. Every it had such an incredible run. I mean, look at this run from 84 cents. My goodness, 84 cents back in May, all the way up to 13 something. So I don't know if this is just profit taking. I don't see any specific news on it today. So it might be just profit taking, in which case, for all the crazy reasons it did this, they are somewhat still in play. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, if you're able to take 10,000 shares and make 3 cents, yes, I get it. Most people in this room aren't going to be able to do stuff like that. Okay, I try to have to realize that most people are not going to be able to do that. I'm a little surprised at the ORTX. I didn't think it'd be as successful as it would be just based on the daily chart. But hey, I mean, you would think this is going to be pretty tough resistance right around here. It's about 10 cents away, ORTX. So starting to watch some of these now. Let's see what happened here. 688, 694, ORTX 524, 552, RFP 468, 479, UBX 316, 318, VLRS 801. Wow, I mean this this has been pretty awesome. What's iClick? 951, 966, and ATEN, the last one, 871. This has not really moved, but so far the basic new highs, no repeat that kicked in at 12:30 have had some very nice moves. No, it's more active in the morning, Harry. Okay, it definitely slows down in the afternoon. The last alert actually was at 11:36 Eastern time. But if you follow it like a watch list all day long, I mean, there's the ORTX now, 486, 556, 14%. This one, ODT, it's 14% also. The SON, 9%. So as a watch list, that's why I try to keep hammering home the point, using it like a watch list. No, he does not use the AI. I guarantee he does not use the AI. For his style of trading, he doesn't need the AI. No, Harry, I'm not talking to you. It's not all about you. Well, the last AI alert was at 11:36 Eastern time. Okay, 11:36 Eastern time, right? Son, right there. Ooh, the stop. It's always going to be. I want to say it's either it might be it's either the 50 or the 20 rising SMA. Let me just see if I can find the email. Yeah, I don't know why some of you guys do not get the emails. You can find it. There we are. Trade of the week. Suggest a stop will to be not let the price roll back and close under the rising 50-day SMA. Okay, so you have a 50 SMA in your chart. Do not let it close below that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. No idea, JSB. It's very frustrating. For Steve, who puts it together, I have no idea. I'm going to pop your... Harry, because it's not an AI alert. It's that simple. You know, it's like saying, how come in my basic new highs and lows, some symbol is not showing up because it didn't meet the filter requirements. So here are the strategies that made the cut. You're thinking that every stock that is really active or something is going to make it into the AI. Every one of these strategies that made the cut in the AI have a set of filters. If the filters aren't met for whatever reason, Blink, I don't know what Blink is doing, but then it won't. Yeah, I mean, I can see right there, relative volume is light, 0.92 as an example. A lot of the AI alerts, probably the relative volume has to be at least 1 as an example. That's that. Okay, medium fluctuations. You might want to maybe take a look at the ATR, the average true range, and so that a stock is, you can either do it one of two ways, so it's not above the average true range, or if you're familiar with the average true range. Like most of the stocks that we're looking at here, today's range. So it's double. 30 cents is its normal range, so it's double its range today, as an example. Well, you don't have to calculate it. It's a filter that we have. So you can do it. You don't have to calculate it. Where are you? So there's the average true range in dollars. So if you wanted to, now it's a tough one because obviously a stock like Apple will have maybe it could be several dollars, whereas where a cheaper stock might only be on average 30 or 40 cents. If you want it to be within, just like what JSB is saying, also, then where is that? So this filter there, today's range in percent. Okay, so coupled with the average true range. Again, I can't tell you what you're going to use for a dollar figure. Okay, it depends on the price range you're trading, I suppose. But if you don't want stocks that really are jumping around a lot, then you probably maybe want a narrow average true range, and then and then obviously here you want it to be maybe 60% of it, maximum 60% of it, 70%. You're going to have to play around. I mean, I can't tell you what you're going to use. Does that make sense? So in other words, these are stocks that are trading within their normal trading range. Now, they may not be that interesting, but if that's what you want. Even Con here, I mean, 104%. So it normally trades about 71 cents, top to bottom range. And it's just a little bit above that right now, 104%. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. All that is, it's part of our program, of course. The only free lunch you guys got is the trading room. That is 100% free, even if you're not a subscriber. Well, and everybody in this trading room who contribute. Well, I mean, it's obviously looks like it's getting extended on the 15. That's sorry to hear that, right? I'm assuming you were trying to You're trying to go long on this on a breakout, but I mean, it's only dropped 20 cents from that high. I mean, you must have taken too many shares then. I mean, it's not that much down, unless I'm misunderstanding. You kept asking me up in this area about it. No, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't even see that it was a. So this was an AI short. Oh, I see. You shorted it, but did you not get out at the stop? OTRK. Boy, it's a low float. I mean, that just scares me. You know, a $65 stock with $7 with a 7 million in the float. I mean, they can be so jumpy. They're very scary, in my opinion, to try to trade. You know, unless you just catch it. You know, right now you had big topping tail on Thursday, bottoming tail on Friday. You know, to me, it's just kind of uncertain direction right now. Ugh. Well, you know our feeling. I'm not going to dump on you, right? You know, you've done it. Because again, you know, if you say, okay, I go into any trade, you know how much you're going to lose, be it $100, be it $50, be it $200, whatever your account size dictates, and you don't deviate, then you know your stop gets hit, you have a manageable loss, and then you move on. No, Aaron, there isn't. Yeah, but it sounds like you're adding to a losing position and way past wherever whatever you were prepared to lose on the trade. You know, because I mean it's an earnings play tomorrow, so you know I guess people were ahead of time bidding it up a little bit anyway. Well, look at RVNC now. Is this getting ripe for a bit of a short here? Mogu? Well, again, I mean, it's not doing anything. Look at the 15. It's just sort of hanging tough. I mean, you'd be guessing if you think it's going to move down. You'd be guessing if it's going to move up. I mean, it's moving up a little bit on the fives, but it's just not doing anything dramatically. Well, when you say is it an opportunity, I mean, there's nothing, you have to. One thing I don't do, I don't guess. I don't try to say, okay, I think it's going to move up from here, so I'm going to buy it. Or I think it's going to move down from here, so I'm going to short it. I rarely do I kind of guess. If I look at this and I think I see nothing's happening, all I know is that without any volume, nothing is, I mean, you could get a little pop, but if it's on no volume, I mean, it may not be sustainable. You need volume. Look, I mean, the volume is completely dried up. Hence, it's just doing nothing. Well, we have a new winner. We have a horse race right now. ORTX 15.95 and ODT 15.39%. I mean, and coming up in third place, we have Son at 11%. I mean, these are just great percentage wins. And even the more expensive one at 2.3%. We've got a loser down here. But even this one, had this been managed a lot better. Now, when I say loser, this is if you're holding this. I'm always sorting on if you're holding this all day. But let's face it, the OBLG did get up to 263 from that 238, so managed better. RTX guys may have capitulated a little bit. Anyway, look at the volume. Look at the volume that came in. or not yet anyway, or TX. Yeah, it's the I really only look at the 200. I'm not saying that the 50 or the 20 isn't important, but I only look at the 200. Big volume though. Look at the volume that came in. All right, 227. Wow, been an active day as usual. Yeah, so I see right at the top of the channel for both the 5 and the 15 on Hig. Little poke through in the 15. That's what I see. ORTX did fall. Boy, Unum, UNUM. What has it got going for it? You too, Thomas. Okay, I see the luminol, the LMNL, the spread is tightened from $1 down to 10 cents. There's a crazy spread there for a while. Meanwhile, the high flyer this morning, look at this, got all the way up to 1050. Now it's making a new market low. Still up for the day, up big for the day, 127% from Friday's close, but really, really, I mean, look at this, and was up to 1050 before, dropped $4. Boy, this looks like it could go on another run as RFP. It has room maybe to that 8 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but had the 2-bar pullback here. It's not a low float, 84 million in the float. Well, this one definitely has room. BPFH, Boston Private Financial Holdings, BPFH. A little bit of room, well, maybe not. It looked a lot better on the monthly chart, to be honest. Excuse me. And it's a little bit choppy on the daily chart. Well, we have a swing trading room here. So if you want to talk about swing trading, right there, there's a swing trading tab. Called it a room, whatever you want to call it, but there's a swing trading tab. There are people in there that are talking about potential swing trades. Not specifically on earnings, but if you're talking about a swing trade earnings ahead of, my recommendation is that you don't play earnings plays. You don't try to guess what earnings are going to be. You can play it after they come out. But I mean, listen, if you want to guess what you're hearing, quote unquote hearing, that's up to you. But it's just something I don't do, and it's the one thing I wouldn't recommend. So for instance, Children's Place has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. You're going to guess they're good because of this? Yeah, it might be. It's one of the tabs. You're in the off topic, and one of the tabs is right beside it. I don't know how it's right beside the tab you're in, off topic. It's called swing trading. That is the link, Aaron. Okay, so it's right there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a tab. You might have to elongate your room or something, or your screen. Yeah, the other rooms are just a little more robust. A lot more traders in there, Aaron. A lot more interaction. Nothing wrong with the YouTube feed, but there are a lot more traders in the trading room. I call it the trading room. There's another one. Didn't see. Oh, it's a pink sheet stock. That's why. LCDX Lucid. What do you do? Okay, well, it is not what I thought. Any thoughts on grill? For what? Shorting, going long. I mean, really, it's a messy, very messy daily chart. When I see topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails, I mean, it's just sort of directionless right now. No, no, the swing trading room, it's just a tab within the trading room. That's all it is, just a tab. We've got a stocks only tab, we've got an off topic tab, and we have a swing trading tab. That's all it is. It's nothing. I hardly even look at it because I'm not a swing trader. But those of you who want to discuss swing trading ideas, that's where you can go. All right, guys, give me a minute, please. Okay, I'm back now. Okay, guys, so I'll be just put the announcement in. Closing the room at 3. All right, what could Jan do? Jan last week on Friday hit 818. Just a week early. Yeah, it didn't hit the stop. It just for our calculation purposes, in that little exercise that we're doing, taking a look at all the trades of the week since April that actually triggered, and then selling them on Friday just before the close. So, it just wasn't a big winner like that. That's all. Well, work certainly is. I wonder if William's here trying to hammer that one down. WRX. Yeah, they're generated by the system. To be honest, I don't look at them at all. The smart risk can be, I think, I'm going to keep saying this until it finally is using a little more science behind it. But a lot of times you'll see the stop loss or the smart risk on a trade is 25 cents. A lot of times. What's supposed to work like this is that it takes the volatility of the stock, high and low, and kind of feeds it into the computer, and it generates a smart stop, smart risk level, if you will. Okay, and then I just don't find them that good to be to be honest. Yeah, and that's smart stop right now. If you're shorting, yeah, it doesn't. In an AI, yes, but if you're looking at just taking looking at one of these that you're clicking on and it's generating a smart stop and all that, it's not conducive. It's not conducive to shorting for that for the smart stop to be on the chart. I don't hear anything about it, to be honest, Calvin. I know that you're talking about the anchored VWAP. I don't hear anything about it, to be honest. I'm not saying that nobody uses it. I've never used it. I don't really hear anybody talking about it. No, you need a pro account, BPM. You cannot use a light account. Hello, Mike. Do I have a link to join today's webinar? No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I know what you're saying. The individual. Well, let me ask. I mean, maybe I can find. Maybe they can give me one. So I've just posted the question. Look here to see if anybody answers regarding a link to today's webinar. I don't know what to say, Chris. I mean, yeah, I mean the alert was at 9:56. Maybe you just didn't see it. It's been there all day. Here it is. Maybe I flashed the screen too quickly. You just didn't see it. Okay. No, there isn't. There's no way to. Our SMS just doesn't really work, Steve. Okay, I don't want to. I know there seems to be an option to do it all, but you'd be disappointed. So it has to be worked on. I mean, the bets are being placed with Children's Place. There's the earnings tomorrow before the market opens. I just wish this BPTA or BPFH had more room. It looks so nice. Good night, Mr. Real. We'll see you tomorrow. I got a couple of things I have to do to fix for tomorrow, for sure. Well, I spoke too soon, guys. I know earlier when the SHLL was really running, I was sort of saying, the rest of them aren't. But then, of course, somebody pointed out a graph immediately. And now the FCMI is starting to run. Or FMCI FMCI is starting to run. Nice break. Look at the volume coming in. What a horse race we've had. Look who's in the lead now. SONN. This was number 3. This was third place a little while ago. Look at this, 22.5% now. 17. These are great percentages, guys. Obviously, I don't have to tell you that. Not good, Mike. Nothing really shaking. Not terrible, but not good. I mean, really no movement in terms of that linear regression. Hardly any movement whatsoever. It's second day. All right, guys, we're getting close to 3. I think I'll shut it down now unless there are any other questions. A couple things I want to do. Yes, you can, and I'm going to give you a video that you can watch. Okay, called Creating a Symbol List. Okay? That's what we call it. Instead of a watch list, we call it a symbol list. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up right now. It's 2 minutes to 3. So we'll do this over again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you in the trading room tomorrow.